Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Achha, am I audible? Okay.
Hello, Malvika ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, Sneha here. Chairperson has not joined it, and I don't have their contact number.
Okay. I'll just call, huh? Yeah. Just call. Hello, Nilakshi madam. Will you please join, madam?
I'll join.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sneha, madam.
Ma'am.
She's joining, huh? She's joining.
Sneha,
Yes, sir.
I will make you host at 8:55. Till now, I'm displaying the slides and I have made it on live stream on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
and after 8:55, I'll be displaying the details of paper presenters of different rooms. And can you please let me know all the rooms are open now?
yes, sir.
Or not?
Yes, sir. All the rooms are open now.
Great.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Malvika ma'am.
I'm sorry I'm late to join.
No issues, no issues. Who has started ELTAI India? Who opened the meeting? Malvika, ma'am?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Who opened it? Is it from your college?
No, ma'am. The meeting opened by Xavier.
Okay, okay, okay.
Hello, Xavier, sir.
Good morning, Hemani, ma'am.
Anita, are you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just saying good morning to Hemangi, and I've told her what she's supposed to do.
Okay.
Thought I will remind her. Hemangi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you have all the links, isn't it? All the parallel session links with you. Yeah, you.
Yesterday,
So, yeah. So after the session starts here, you just move to the other rooms also and check it out. Okay, how it is going on. Fine.
Madam, the links are the same what was shared
Same,
yesterday.
same. Yes, yes, yes. It's the same. All the 9 links are the same. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
9 o'clock, I'll start moving into the rooms.
Yes, yes, yes. You can start moving into the rooms. Has the chairperson joined? Dr. Nilakshi? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I have joined.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And there are a couple of participants from yesterday's spillover, like there were some network issues. They might present. I think Dr. Malvika would have told you.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we can start a little early also, not necessarily 9 o'clock. There are a few participants here. Participants can raise a hand and you can also text on the chat box. If you can text your title, it would be better. Okay, you're just an attendee.
Madam, who is speaking here?
I'm Dr. Anita speaking.
Okay, Anita, can I please ask the participants to present their findings and conclusions only? You know, because we don't have time for anything. I don't want to be part of a, some kind of puppet show where people are just made to come in and come out. Okay, so I don't want to read them to read anything other than their findings.
Yeah, ma'am, you can tell that to them once they join, that they don't need to read it. We have also told that they are supposed to present their paper.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can give them 10 minutes time.
Anita, can I pitch in? Dr.
Yeah,
Anita,
yeah,
can I
yeah.
pitch in?
Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Nilakshi, good morning. This is Shravan Kumar.
Morning.
Ma'am, it's my humble request to provide 8 to 9 minutes to each presenter, those who are here, to present their papers, not 2 or 3 minutes. Otherwise, most of the times they complain that I didn't get time. So please do that, and accordingly, I know you can do that. Thank you so much.
No, listen, please. 8 to 9 minutes, but then how many participants do you want me to accommodate? That you tell me in advance. Then only I will decide on how much time I can give. Okay.
Eight.
How much time?
8.
No,
8.
I've been told that there are more now. More are going to be added, no?
Ma'am, only if they join. Please understand, only if they join. Okay. They will make a request. It's only 8 that is listed here, and only 8 will come. Okay. There might be additions of 1 or 2 only. Okay. So you can easily give them time. Okay. Is that clear, ma'am?
Let me see how things go on. I think I will give, I was told by Malvika yesterday to sound a warning bell at 6 minutes. So I will a warning bell at 6 minutes.
Yes,
and
yes.
expect the participants to wind up at 8 minutes. Yeah.
Fine. If there are more number of participants, you please do it. Otherwise, you can go up till 8 to 9, 10 minutes. It can
No, because the discussion will also be there, no?
Dr. Nilakshi ma'am, actually, we have allotted it correctly. But because there are a few participants who might come, that is the reason we are telling you.
Yes.
Yeah. Accordingly, you can do it, ma'am.
Good morning.
I think some of the participants have joined.
Yeah, I think only I can see Elango.
Shmita Sharu is the participant.
Is Apurv here? And Raj, Kota Raj Khanal. Vishnu, Yumvada, Nazia, Zin Miso, Harsimran, Dr. Nujat Islam. None of them are responding, so I really don't know. I don't see their names at all.
Susmita Sharu had joined, so we can start with her.
Shmita Saru is from the new list, I think. She's not in my list.
Okay. So
Yeah,
so is in your list, I think.
She's not there. Huh?
Ma'am, Zin so is in your list, na?
And I heard her name just now, but she did not. Yeah, Zin is there. Okay, so just want to announce before I log in through my laptop that there are a lot of things that I need to read. I wish that at least two more participants would join, then I could read those before I put my earplug and everything.
Okay.
I want it out. So yeah. I'm joining through my laptop now, and I would like to make those announcements before I start. So, Sushmita, sorry, Zin, please get ready. Okay, you will be the first presenter because you're present first. You logged in first, and followed by that will be Sushmita, whose abstract and details I don't have. So, Sushmita, can you please share them with me?
Sure, ma'am.
Sushmita, I will put in the chat my email. So you can I will now not join with this one. I would like to make a few announcements. I would like to make a few announcements and introduce myself to those people who have already joined. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visible too.
Okay, thank you, Sushmita. So I just wanted to make the announcements before we start. Yeah, so good morning, one and all. This is Dr. Neelakshi Roy. I am a retired head of department of English from Vazay College. Very happy to welcome you here in this day-long seminar organized by Pillai College of the ELTAI. And I wish you all the very best for your presentations, despite network constraints and the COVID situation. The fact that you have all joined is very good. So congratulations to you on joining, and I hope that you have a very good session of it. Unfortunately, because of time constraints and because of additional participants joining us, we will have only 8 minutes per person. At 6 minutes, I will warn you, and I request you humbly to present your theoretical position Okay, you present it, your theory position. Just say that I am such and such person, and I'm looking at this topic from this particular standpoint, and then present your findings and your conclusions in proper detail. You don't have to explain the background. Please don't read it from your presentation slides. Present very, very properly your findings and your conclusions. That would be really what we look at. Okay, just a little bit about myself before we start. I had been teaching at Vazek Elkar College for 33 years. I have recently retired. My areas of interest are culture studies and literature. I just wish to now again go back to the to the event in focus, and I want to let you know that we are going to evaluate you with remarks and comments at the end of this. So please present very well. And yeah, I just want to also announce a few things by way of regulations again before I request Zin to get ready. Okay, these are some of the guidelines for that have been shared with me. So I just want to highlight this. We have a session for 90 minutes. We will begin right away in 5 minutes. Please raise your hands and announce your presence in the chat box. I will be looking at the chat box continuously to see the order of my presentations. Okay, so that is very important. Each presenter will get a maximum of 8 minutes with 6 minutes warning bell. I will be introducing you very minimally, your name, area of work, and the title of your presentation. And I will be, summarizing the paper and thanking you. We will end sharp at 10:30. And in case you have any difficulty, please contact the host who is present on the session, and the technical person also. Their names and are given in the in their in their introductory description. So I would request the technical person to please put in the chat just one hi, so that they know that you are the person that they need to contact. Okay, of course he or she will definitely look at it. The papers presented may be submitted in full for publication. Each paper submitted will be subjected to double peer review, and presenters will be informed about the status within a month. Right. So you will have exactly 6 minutes for your presentation. I welcome Zin Miso to make her presentation. The name of the paper is Salad with Culture and TEFL, a comparative study of university teachers and private teachers' attitude in Myanmar context. So very, very happy to welcome you. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, so shall we start your timer then?
Yes, yeah, may I share my screen, ma'am?
Please share. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, it is visible now. It is visible. Yes. Well, good luck and welcome to India and this ELTAI conference. Start.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I am Zimiso, a research scholar from the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Manipur University. Today, I am here to talk to you about Salad with Culture and TEFL, a comparative studies of university teachers and private teachers' attitude in Myanmar context. The purpose of this study is exploring teachers' attitude toward integrating culture into EFL classroom and investigating their actual practice in EFL, their teachings. The following research questions are addressed to achieve this purpose. Excuse me. And then firstly, what is culture? The word culture is frequently used among language teacher, researcher, scholar, and anthropologists. And these everyone feels comfortable using this word pretty much, but how can we define it? According to Krober and Kluckholm, found that there are over 300 definitions of culture in their studies. And then when we start thinking about the culture, we realize that it nearly influences everything human experience. So anthropologists broadly also define the culture as what people think, make, and do. And then this is undeniable first that there is a link between language and culture. So in 1994, Brown also he mentioned that a language is a part of culture and a culture is a part of language. And then these two are intricately interwoven. So and then these cannot separate each other without losing their significance. And then this is the issue of integrating culture in language teaching is still hot debate among the language teacher and researcher or the scholar. And then in EFL field, the place of culture is now it has been reconsidered as another part of language teaching. In 2001, according to the CEFL framework, the language learning is no longer defined in terms of communicative competence, but rather in terms of intercultural competence. So in 1993, Bennett also here he mentioned that language teachers are encouraged to teach target culture to their students while they are teaching language because it needs to prevent the educating fluent fool. So the word fluent fool was introduced by Bennett. It means someone who speaks a foreign language well, but they don't understand the socio or philosophical content of that language. And this study was conducted two different clusters from Mandalay, 50 participants from the Mandalay University of Foreign Languages, and the rest of them are from the private sector EFL center. And the participant was selected by snowball sampling method, and the quantitative research method was used in my study. And then questionnaire was constructed to explore their attitude. And the questionnaire was developed by the C-Crew in 2005. According to the data collection, firstly, I construct the pilot test to the 8 teachers from the target group. And then after some revision, I distribute the questionnaire to them through Google Form. The collection data were analyzed by the help of SPSS. And this table show the demographic information of the participants. Please let me escape this. And then this figure show the teachers' interest, the interest of teachers in the culture teaching. According to the result, they show their result are between 4.2 and 5. So their result showed that they have a strong interest in the culture teaching in their language. And then this figure also show the affective components of attitudes, and both participants hold the positive attitude in the integrating culture in their teaching, and then the higher positive attitude reflect the some item such as it is important to include the aspect of English teacher in the classroom, and then the teachers, they believe that culture can motivate to the student when they learn an English language. And then the last figure is show the result of teachers' actual practice while they are teaching. In here, both university teacher, also private teacher, also they usually introduce English culture, and they share their own experience to their students.
6 minutes are over. Okay.
But we can
see, are over. 2 more minutes for you, please.
Yes. But we can see that there is a huge gap between them in some item because in Myanmar, university teachers rarely invite the private native speaker to their classroom, and they are rarely organize a visit for the student to a place where they can meet the native speaker. But for the private teacher, they can do this activity. So according to my conclusion, the majority of the teachers stand with a positive attitude toward the integrating culture, and then they agree with culture teaching can motivate to their students. But on the other hand, few teachers think that culture teaching may cause a risk to their students and their own culture. And according to the context of our education system, there is a slightly significance between government teachers and private teachers, like deciding the prescribed textbook material and then inviting the native speaker to the classroom and visiting to the place where we can meet the native speaker. So culture teaching is a quite complex process, but it's still neglected while we are teaching the foreign language. Even the EFL teachers have a strong interest in the target language. So we need to improve, and we need to try to integrate the culture in our own teaching. So thank you, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I just want to also ask you to go back to your previous slide once. Okay, the one before discussions and conclusions, because I can then, before this one. Yeah, then, yeah. So these are very interesting findings and, about actual practices. I wanted to ask you just one short question on this, that how easy or difficult is this second point, inviting English persons to the classroom, organizing visits and all that. Is that easy? Is that supported and funded by the government schools in some way, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. For our government, I am a government university teacher, ma'am.
Right, right.
Yes. So it is difficult for our government teacher, because if we want to something, we need to submit a we need to do step by step, and we need to ask the permission to our Ministry of Education or our rector. So it is not easy to invite a native speaker to our own classroom, but in the private center, EFL center, they can do whatever they want, because they have the authorities, so they can decide their own self. So they can easily invite native speaker, and then they can also visit to the place where they can meet the native speaker. And then that one, the native speaker means and they have a connection with some native English language teacher. They can to our country like that, man, not stranger.
Okay, that is good. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Excellent presentation. Next person is, and thanks for keeping to the time as well. Next person is Sushmita Saru. Please get ready. Thank you. Zin, kindly stop sharing your screen. And yeah, thanks a lot. Sushmita Saru, please get ready.
Yes,
share your screen, please. I think Sushmita's sound is fine. Just your video needs to be there. Please come on video. At least I'm not able to see you as yet on the video. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you for keeping her on focus. Yeah. Yes.
So good morning, one and all. And I'm Shishmita Sharu, pursuing my PG in English Literature at Holy Cross College, Nagarkul. And I'm presenting this paper along with Dr. Satya, Assistant Professor of English at Holy Cross College, Nagarkul. My topic is the attitude of the learners towards e-mode of learning. So to start with, let me give an introduction about e-learning. E-mode of learning is the process of learning through electronic devices, which is the contrary to the conventional method of learning, where the learners go directly to the institution to pursue their education. Due to lockdown, e-learning was made as a necessary and as a backup option for the learners to continue their process of education without any pause. There are certain changes among the learners due to e-mode of learning, which will be discussed in the further slides. And the objectives of the study are the attitude of the learners in e-mode of learning and how the e-mode of learning has affected the attitude of the learners. And the methodology which was adopted was a questionnaire with 10 questions, and the information regarding the learners institution was administered to the tertiary level learners from arts and science colleges and engineering colleges throughout Tamil Nadu. And 100 respondents were taken into consideration for the survey. Technology acceptance model, commonly known as TAM, was developed by Fred Davis and Richard Bogowski in 1986. The two major variables that determine the individual's information system acceptance according to the TAM are the perceived use and perceived ease of use. And TAM is an extension of Hudson and Fishbane's theory of recent action, which was developed in 1975. And there's also an extended version of TAM known as TAM2, which was developed by Venkatesh and Davis, which explains the perceived usefulness and the usage intentions in the terms of cognitive learning process and social influences. Attitude. Attitude is closely connected with the process of learning, and when there is a sudden change in the attitude, there is a possibility that it affects the learning process as well. And learners' perception on or their view towards e-learning is necessary to have a positive attitude for them. But there are certain changes in the attitude of the learners, which include both physical as well as the mental changes. This lockdown has greatly affected the attitude of the learners and their learning process. The effects of e-learning in learners is very evident from this survey, and there are certain factors that affects the process, which are known as the affective factors, which includes motivation, interaction, and flexibility. Let us broadly discuss about the role of affective factors or the affective variables that affect the attitude of the learners. There are both positive as well as the negative effects due to the e-learning and attitude of the learners. So when it comes to the attitude of the learners, motivation is the key factor. And motivation can also be of two types, that is intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is the one which is where one is motivated internally without any external force. And the extrinsic motivation is that when one is motivated by the teacher or by any external force. And motivation is an important component which is lacking in the learners during the e-mode of learning. The learners are either less motivated or motivated in a wrong way, developing a negative attitude towards e-mode of learning. And the next point is flexibility. Flexibility of time has made a greater impact in the attitude of the learners. The learners experience a number of benefits from this flexibility of time, such as the time that is spent in transportation and the stress that is produced due to the lack of transportation facilities has been totally cut off, and that education has been made easy, accessible for the learners from their homes, developing a positive attitude of learning towards that e-mode. And the next point is the lack of interaction. The interaction between the teacher and the learner is disturbed due to e-mode of learning. The attitude of the learners is interrupted when there is a lack of interaction, such as for promoting to a negative attitude. And I have included 3 out of 10 major questions from the questionnaire. And the first question is that flexibility of time has made the process of education easier. And as per the statement, 56% of the respondents have agreed to the statement. And the next statement is connectivity between the teacher and the learner is lost. And yeah, there are also more than 50% of the respondents who have agreed. And the third thing is that concentration is gradually reduced. And for this also, there are 66% of the respondents who have agreed to the statement. And these are the graphs. So we can see that the percentage of the respondents, the for the second statement and for the third statement. So when it comes to the finding of the survey, we can feel that there is a lot of connectivity between the teacher and the learner and the peer members due
6
to
minutes
this
is up, but continue.
E mode of learning, which has affected the learning process. And the concept of education was not fulfilled due to E mode of learning, as the conventional method satisfied the learners. It was not up to the mark for the E mode of learning. And there are certain barriers that is such as network issues, motivation, lack of communication, concentration, and isolation. And there's lack of guidance, and the peer pressure is also high, and there is also lack of mentoring in this due to E mode of learning. And the recommendations would be a positive motivation should be promoted, and there should be proper guidance from the teachers as well as the peer members. And the learners has to be provided a chance to communicate with their peer members and the teachers. And the learners' mental and physical health should be of prior consideration when it comes to E mode of learning. So here are some of the references that I have imported. And thank you.
Thank you, Sushmita. Thank you for finishing well within time and overcoming the barrier which you must have faced yesterday or some other day. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you two very short questions. Only for the presentation, you have included 3 of your findings. In your paper, all the findings are there, right?
Yes,
yeah, thank you. That's one. And the other is that do you propose, I mean, I just saw the bullet points of your recommendations. Do you propose any particular methodology by which teachers can overcome the lack of physical contact, which is one of the most things which the students responded most vehemently against, that because they have no contact with the mentor or the teacher, they find it very difficult. So any one recommendation which you might have included in your study?
Since we have that E mode of learning, there is no physical contact. So it might be better when the teacher physically or maybe having the contact with the learners to provide them that they are there to motivate them to something like that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah. And thanks for finishing on time. The next person, if Apurv is present, then please get ready and share your screen. Sushmita, please take your screen off.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Apurv. Apurv, please introduce yourself. His paper is on the role of technology and interactive methods at tertiary level for a course in English for specific purposes. Where are you from, Apurv? Please, if you can.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Apurva Joshi. I am pursuing a PhD at the moment at Gujarat University. I am from Gujarat. Yes. I hope you are safe and sound whenever you are, and you are doing a great to save all of you and your family as well. So today we are going to discuss about what is the role of technology when it comes to using interactive methods when it comes to teaching English for specific purpose. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have all observed that we see the drastic change when it comes to teaching online. And before pandemic, we talked about the ICT in education, the use of ICT in English language teaching, but we didn't actually use. But luckily, COVID-19, changed our teaching methods. So when it comes to interactive methods, it's not just using methods and approaching. It connects with different aspects as well, such as adaptive learning, learner autonomy. What is the role of ESP teacher when it comes to teach online? So Yes. Yes. Uh, the use of technology aids in the teaching enhancement of interactive capabilities. Thanks to Zoom or any Google a meeting site, so we can easily meet people virtually. Even you can invite the native speakers to connect with the students, so they can easily understand and comprehend what is the use of the language. On the basis of that, you can also observe the needs and the new demand of learning, so they can easily attach with the native speakers or any people who works at the remote area or even in industries. So when it comes to commerce college, we observe that, we invite people who works in bank, in a business, even they do startups, so they can easily share their information about the use of English in their company. So on the basis of the need-based needs analysis, we can produce the material in line with Tomlinson principle, and even we can see some theories in line with several scholars' perceptions about the materials. And yes, of course, when it comes to teaching online, we should mull over it one thing, that it should be learning center approach, so they can easily learn, and they can the learners aim to take on more responsibility for their own learning. That's a main point from my perception. So as you can say, several scholars talks about the learner center and learner autonomy, and they believe that learner center language learning which encourage autonomy, as suggested by numbers of experts. And of course, when it comes to teaching English, uh, before finishing their graduation or after the graduation, uh, uh, it's their responsibility to learn the language, and they how can use the language uh, before finishing their graduation. The role of ICT when it comes to teaching English as a second language. As you can see that it's an array of tools. You can use various tools to support learner in their application and acquisition of knowledge. And of course, moreover, online teaching, along with the main, when you teach English, it's our responsibility to ask the question to students to elicit information what they learn. Because sometimes what happen, teachers just go with the flow, and they don't ask any question when it comes to teach online. Even in our state, I observe that many faculties use any Zoom, they use Zoom application or Google Meet. They just give the presentation, even they don't ask any question to students. But the main purpose, how can you assess their language, what they understand? We don't know. So it's our responsibility to ask the question to elicit the information from the learner. And you can use the various tools. What I observe, one thing, that when you simply ask the question to students, they don't give the answer like practically, or even they don't show up their face sometimes. So you can use the poll everywhere site. You just put the question, then and they love to give the answer, and you can easily display the screen that what they understood, and you can also give the feedback to them as well. And of course, Krashen and Tomlinson also stated that it's our responsibility to provide rich and meaningful and comprehensive exposure, like in terms of giving input to students, so that you can easily get the more output. The more you give the input, the students can easily understand uh, about the language. And of course, you can also use the authentic material. Like on YouTube websites, you can easily find some like that channels, such as the learning English with movies or series, so they can easily understand the concept of actual using of language. Yesterday, I attended our seminar that one of the keynote faculties talked. Sorry, ma'am.
6 minutes over. Continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yeah. So the next slide is about the adaptive learning. Recently, I read about the Philip Kerr wrote one article on 2016 about the adaptive learning. It's not just the method. It's a part of technology that how can we shape our methodology to teach English language. And in different various part of the globe, people are actually using this adaptive learning. It's about the diverse things to diverse people. You can see that the care defines three terms: individualization, differentiation, and personalization. Individualization is about the same the students are the same, but the students can progress through the material at different speeds. When it comes to differentiations, the learning goals are the same for all students, but the method or approach of instruction is varies according to the preference of each students, and research has found. And the personalization is about the learning objective and the content are the same, but the pace may all vary. And even he suggested that he mainly focus on individualizations rather than differentiation and personalization, because
Please move towards your conclusion, Apur. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, we also talked about the null autonomy as well. The three principles he talks about: the involvement, reflection, and the target language use. So thus we can say that the what is the mean of using teaching online is that we should change our mindset for teaching, and the blended learning is a better way to teach them. And technology is an integrated part of teaching, so you cannot just teach the language. You should also use the ICT, even use the online authentic material, and prepare your students as per according to your targets, needs, and new demand.
Yeah, kindly
Yes.
Stop, Apurva.
Yes,
then I can continue with asking you questions about
Yes,
your conclusion, where you can present the next. So can
Yes,
you please present your conclusion quickly?
Yes, ma'am. This is my conclusion slide.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is your concluding slide. That's very good.
Yes,
Yeah. So you present this in your PhD thesis also, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So blended learning is the better approach. Technology is the integrated part, so it must be taught. Prepare the students to deal with specific target needs depending on the context, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And studies and materials should also be interconnected. Do you think that all study materials should now be present, should be available online?
Some of the website you can download it, and they just provide to the students or even teacher. You don't need to pay the money. But when it comes to like I have been to London for doing my master course, so I can easily access their library material. So
but not everyone can.
But not everyone. But you can also share their material with the students or even teachers, so they can easily use in their college or even their universities.
Okay. And the university and the college library should have membership for major e-resources, so students can be provided that access.
Even university should use some money to develop the e-library.
Yes.
So students and teacher can easily download some articles from the ELT journals or even Cambridge journals, so they can easily understand and comprehend the aspects of theories.
Excellent paper, Apur. Thank you.
Yes,
Dr. Anita Devi, should we now shift to the new session that you asked us to through the new link?
Yes, you can announce, ma'am.
Okay, all of us should join the new session. I have put up the order.
It is not a session, ma'am. It's a WhatsApp group so that participants can interact and get to know if any details they need to know about the attendance or any other issue. Okay.
Okay. I will find it difficult maybe to join this WhatsApp group from internet.
This is just a WhatsApp group for network. I'm just posting the messages.
Okay.
There is an attendance form for the participants. So
okay.
for presenters, they have to fill. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So the order of presentation is now present here in the chat box. So next presenter is Hota Raj Khanal. Apurva has kindly taken off his screen. So Raj, if your name is Raj, then please join. Is your name Raj or Hota or what? Please, may I know? Are you present? I don't think he's present. Okay. So I'll just check once in the list. And doesn't appear to be present. No. Okay. So next presenter is Vishnu. Vishnu, are you there? Vishnu? Let me see.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
Nuzhat Nori is present here, so we
Yeah.
can start with them.
Priyamvada Agarwal, present. Nazia Hassan. Harsimran Singh. Okay, Nuzhat then. Nuzhat Nuari Islam and Munawar Hussain from Bangladesh. Most welcome, very warm welcome to you. Please present your paper on online assessment and students' unfair attitude during online tests. A very, very unique concept. I was really amazed looking at this abstract when I was given your list. So please share your screen, Nuzhat and Munawar. Yes, yes, we are able to see it. Can we have you on screen as well? Yeah. Yes, Nuzhat. Are you presenting and is Munawar here also or no? I can't hear you. You're muted or your speaker is not working. You're not muted actually. Your speaker is probably not working. Just check your speaker. We will not be able to hear you. Anyone else from the list present, please put in the chat whether you are present or not. Okay, Nuzhat, we'll wait for you. No problem. Yes, welcome, Salvador. Welcome, Fernando. I'm again calling the names out: Hota Raj Khanal, Vishnu Param Guru, Priyamvada Agarwal, Nazia Hassan, and Harsimran Singh. Any of you present? Anita, people don't appear to be present here. Anita?
Can you listen to me now?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, very clearly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I welcome you all to our presentation. Our topic is online assessment and students' unfair attitude during online tests at Hamdard University, Bangladesh. I am Nuzhat Nuri, Assistant Professor of English, Hamdard University, Bangladesh, and I have Muhammad Munawar Hussain, Assistant Professor of CEC. He is also from Hamdard University, Bangladesh. Today we are going to talk about the online assessment that we have done. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have started to work with the online classes. Before we start officially with the G Suite for Education, that means Google Classroom and Google Meet, our colleagues and I also used different sort of learning management platforms to teach the students. We have used Facebook, we have used Zoom for teaching them. But at present, we are officially using G Suite for Education. In all other private universities of Bangladesh, as we have come to know that some of the biggest private universities which are established before us, that means during 1990s, they have created their own customized platform for teaching the students. Private universities like BRAC University, North South University, they have their own capacity for teaching the students, but we have used Google platform to teach the students online and as well as for online assessment system. So our primary questions that we are going to find out, what are the challenges that teachers have to face during the online test, and to what extent the students were doing were fair during their online test.
Nujat, can I ask you to please make your screen full? Can you make full screen by clicking on this last icon on the bottom?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Thank you.
In the literature review, I'm going to talk about the.
No, it is still not full to me, at least. This last icon will be the one which is there at the bottom of your screen. That would make it full screen.
Madam, I've already done that.
It's not showing yet. Wait, I think probably it will take a little time, no?
It might take time.
Because of network issues.
Yes.
Not yet showing.
Okay,
please,
so
Nuzhat, please unshare and then share it again.
Okay. Can you see the
Absolutely
slide?
fine. Okay. Absolutely fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Testing, assessment, evaluation, we have found out that Bloom taxonomy can be converted during the online assessment method. For example, if we are checking the knowledge of the students, we can use multiple choice question, true, false matching, fill in the blank, short answer, flashcards, games, quizzes, etc. For comprehension purpose, we can use simulations, animations, and tutorials. For application purpose, multiple choice questions, short answer, essay, tutorial, simulation. So these are the way we can assess the students during their test, and the source of this is Penn State University. They have worked on this and they have given us this wonderful assessment steps. The network is slow, I guess. Okay, so here is the next slide. It's about formative assessment, in which we can do the discussion online. If we use blog, board, and chat quiz, that will be the formative assessment system. Then we have summative assessment, which we can assess the student by giving them project, giving them some work on their portfolio, and tell them to present their project or portfolio. So these will be the summative assessment process. And combining all these formative and summative assessment, we can have others types of assessment methods. For example, case study, paper, their self-assessment process, simulation or animation, reflective journal, virtual game, etc. The methodology we have used to find out the online assessment system, and it's from 8 teachers from English department and 8 teachers from CC department. We have collected data from them that what they have faced during their online assessment. We have used the midterm and final term test of 40 students from English department and 110 students from CC department, and we have used the G Suite for education. That means we have used the Google Classroom and particularly Google Meet and also Google Form to assess the students. And to support our research, we have found some data from primary and secondary sources such as journal articles, online websites, etc. So in the Google form, we have started to assess the students. Here is the picture. You can see that in the number 1, in Google form, we can set the questions for the students to answer. Then in the second type, we have the file types. That means what kind of question will be that. Will it be document, or will it be presentation, or spreadsheet, drawing, PDF file, image file, video file, or audio file? They can upload here. And in the number 3, you can see that we can select for them that how many files they can upload for their test, and what will be the minimum size of the files. So all of these can be mentioned in the Google form. And here is the other option for file upload, which the teacher need to set for the student. These are the question types that can be set in Google Forms to assess the students. There is an option for short answer, paragraph, multiple choice, check boxes, drop down, file upload, linear scale, multiple choice grid, checkbox grid. There is another 2 options, that is date and time. This means that when is the exam date, they can write it, and when they have started their exam, the time of their examination start.
Rujat, can you please come to the main part of your presentation, that is the malpractices? Yeah.
Yes, sure. As we can see, the students basically have used smartphones since they do not have the enough financial capacity to buy laptop or PC for their personal use. So they have used mostly the smartphones to answer their scripts. And unfair means during the exam happens at this moment because they have used smartphones. So the typing speed should be slow for the students. And when we found out that the students are needing more time for answering their scripts, so we try to find out what is actually happening. Is there any kind of network problem or their device problem? So the teachers, when we ask them if their students made any unfair means during their test, so teachers' responses that 60% yes, they have made some unfair, take some unfair measures during their test. Some said that maybe they have done it, but they are not sure. And 10% teachers said that no, their students didn't do any kind of unfair measures during the test. So in my second research question, we have tried to find out how we can actually prevent these unfair means. So in Google Form, we have option for Chromebook setting. It has to be given by the institutions, and through it, the students will not be able to move their mm, uh, website from Google Form. They have to keep in Google Form. That is one way. Then we can use some add-ons in the Google Form. For example, here I have shown Auto Proctor add-on. In Auto Proctor add-on, you can see that step-by-step process. We can set the timer and proctor systems. The number of attempts they can make is 4. That means if first time they have failed to sign in into the Google Form, they can again try it, and it can be done 4 times. You can uh, minimize it or give them more opportunity. That will be on the teachers. Then we have time duration for how long the test will go on. It is given their starting date, starting time, end date, and end time. And then the tracking devices are there. Tap switching, if the students tap switch, it can be found out. If they can turn off their cameras, that also can be found out. If they turn off their microphone, that also can be found out. And the tracker will take randomly photos of them if they have moved their heads from their cameras. So all of this report will be going to the teacher after the test, and after that the teacher can finally find out whether the student have done any kind of unfair measure during the test. So after assessing the midterm and final term test, we have found out that the students, some of them have copied from different sources. So when the teacher check the script, they have put their answer on the plagiarism checker and found out that this answer has copied from postpoints.com, and it is also that students are already informed about their unfair means when they have shown their scripts after the test. This is the another example. We have given them feminist theory to answer, and they have just copied it from Wikipedia. So in this way, we can actually find out how they are doing the unfair measure during their test. So our recommendation from after the present research, that institution can introduce Chromebook. We can use plagiarism checker like Turnitin or plagiarismchecker.com. We can use the add-ons into the Google Form. We can tell the students to keep their cameras open during the test by implementing strict rules. And all this could be administered if the internet connections are good enough for both sides, for the teachers and for the students. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation.
1 minute. I will pause for a minute and then ask you questions, okay? I'm on a call.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, all of you. Yeah, I'm back again. Yeah, I just settled a call with one of the organizers because I needed to know what to do after this because there's someone requesting to read. So, Sangeeta Jolly, you may present your paper without a screen share because you say that you don't have a screen. So it's okay. Not a problem. Yeah. And now I'm going to Ajit Day. I don't know whether this is the same or not. Probably one of the organizers can respond to you. I think Ajit, your name is not there in my list. So you ought to be somewhere else. Wait,
Ajit Day, sir, it
let
is
me
the
just check.
parallel
Yeah,
ones.
Ajit, your name is not there in my list. So maybe in some other. Yeah. Hello. Yeah,
Hello,
Ajit, you
ma'am.
may be in some other session, not in this one. Yeah. Tell me.
I would like to know if you have any questions
Yes, tell
for
me.
me because my question answer part is not done.
Yeah, no, Nuzat, we are losing you very, very soon. Yes, Nuzat, I really like the way you made your presentation and all the details of it. Can you please switch to your previous, the concluding slide? Is it possible?
I'm trying.
Yeah. Um, how expensive would Chromebook be for an institute? I'm not aware of this as yet, so just wanted to know. Is it the way this is spelled, or do you have a CH also along with it?
Uh, Chromebook is basically introduced by Google themselves, and
Okay.
it's a device, kind of device only for assessment and online test purposes.
Yeah.
And it has to be given by the institutions to the students because students will not be able to use it officially if it is not given by the institutions. And if the institutions think that they will provide Chromebook, they will do it. Otherwise, we can have other options.
Okay.
Like we can use a plagiarism checker to find out whether the student have done any kind of copy and pasting from the online, or we can use the add-ons in the Google form if we are giving the test on the Google forms. So add-ons are there. We can use them to find out the students' unfair wins.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
and the last one is there is always internet connection problem. If the students are taking their test from remote areas, there will be this kind of problem always. So we need to minimize these problems by taking help from the government, because that is actually not possible for us to to provide the internet connection well all over the country. So there is always a limitation.
I think your recommendations and conclusions suggest, and they kind of pinpoint all the difficulty that we are facing daily in our assessment. So yeah, thank you for pointing this out. We in Mumbai have been using a software called Eklavya. Okay, Eklavya
Yes.
software, which has a wide camera angle, and it can catch the background and the ins and outs of the room itself where the student is.
Yes, I have found out about Eklavya.
But even then, students are constantly saying that they are logging out because they have internet issues and this and that. Actually, it's not that. They are being pinpointed on the camera because they have been getting up too many times, or there have been too many looking out and talking on mobile phone, and all of those things are caught by the mobile camera. So it is quite a foolproof method according to me, and however much the students try, they are not able to fool the software. But they keep on appealing to us, to the unfair means authorities and all of that. So your suggestions are good. They are very suitable and useful. So yeah, thank you. Yes, Ramani has raised her hand or his hand. So please Any
Yes.
questions, Ramani? Yeah.
Yeah, just two observations.
Yeah.
One is with regard to the Chromebook. Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, the Chromebook is
Yes,
very
yes, we hear you.
Chromebook is commonly given in the US and other Western countries by the institutions, by the schools to
Yes.
the children studying there.
Yes.
And they contain pre-loaded content based on the syllabus, plus a few other sites which they can comfortably without the question of being misled and all that. And it has all the features that the presenter mentioned. Okay. So it has not caught up in India, but alternatively, many state governments give free laptops to children. So this is something similar to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Secondly, I don't think we need to worry too much about some students signing in but not appearing because of other issues and all that. Even in a physical classroom, face-to-face classroom, majority of students are physically present, but how sure are you that they are paying attention to you? I mean,
Right.
Yes, that's
Right,
yeah.
Ramani.
So
Yes.
it's not something different. It's not a more serious problem than what happens in the regular face-to-face classroom. So these are my observations.
We think
don't.
that technology will solve all our problems, but then
No. Now, if the class is made
the
interesting
human
and
is very,
engaging,
very useful. Especially the human student is
then
very, very
students will
difficult
be
to
there.
control. Yes.
Yeah, students will be there. You don't have to worry about discipline problem as in a normal face-to-face classroom. Students will be interested. The way in which you set assignments and projects and things like that.
Yeah.
You leave a lot of things to be done by them.
Yes.
Then they'll be busy exploring.
Also,
Okay.
Ramani and all this audience over here, what I found in my teaching for about 1.5 years online is that I developed very, very strong bonds with my students. Of course, in a small classroom, in average size classroom, we have very large classrooms in Mumbai, so 150 literature students. So that is in the second year, but then in the third year it dwindles to about 25, 30. So even in these slightly average and large classrooms, we have developed quite strong bonds. So, if the students want, anywhere, then they can overcome all these difficulties. So that is always there. So there are projects when you guide them, there are smaller group interactions, there are presentations when you help them, they share their material with you and you comment on them and therefore develop a bond. They write papers and you help them. So, there are so many other ways in which you can be interactive, not just in your everyday classroom affair. So I think all of our experiences, if we put together, then it will be a mix of both. I was a very, very big critic of this. My papers are there on the internet regarding online education and how terrible it is and all of that before I actually started teaching and had this experience.
So that's the problem. Before trying it out, we start making
assumptions.
critiques.
Yeah. So
Based
so
on
we started
assumptions.
with a lot of apprehension because we were fearing all kinds of things, not just academic, but things which are political also. So we were and those things still hold good. People record your lectures, they don't want to appoint you next year. So these are things which are very real. But other than that, I think the actual interface between the teacher and the student has not really so dramatically changed, because even before you had about 20 students always engaging with you, now online also you have 20 students engaging with you. So that's roughly the same parallel or the comparison. I think Ramani would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two participants have raised their hand. And if you want to continue in this conversation, then please tell me. If it is about something else, then of course.
No, I was just saying thank you for your response. That's all.
No. Two other people have raised their hands.
Shravan has raised his hand.
Okay, Shravan. What do you want to say, Shravan? Is this about the same thing? Do you want to continue this conversation?
Shravan sir, your mic is off.
Is there any other presenter in this room?
There is one more presenter. There is one more.
Okay. Okay,
you
because
are
still we have
you
half
are
an
a
hour,
host.
so we can accommodate one or two
Yes,
more
yes,
paper
yes.
presenters. Yeah.
So that is why
So
we
those
were
who are
having
willing to present their papers, please raise your hand and or write in the chat box as chairperson is suggesting, and do the things accordingly.
Shravan.
Yeah.
Shravan.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I went to all the rooms. Said
Yes.
room two. There was only one presenter. They're waiting
Okay,
for
sir.
the others. And group 6, session 6, 7 also. I mean, hardly 2 presenters in each of those rooms. I don't know why.
Yes, sir. Actually,
Have all of them come to room 1, the main room?
sir, actually, there are some of the paper presenters who've been called. They might join, and already written that they are going to the church. They are going outside. They want a change in the schedule. So that's the reason there are less number of presenters.
Okay. Okay. Can we have Sangeeta then presenting? Do you think, Anita?
Pardon?
Can we have Sangeeta present her paper?
Yeah, you can go ahead, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. Sangeeta, please present your paper. I know that you are having difficulty in sharing your screen. Will you try one last time and then we can, start. Nujat, thank you very much. Extremely good presentation and also very interactive. And then it spun a lot of discussion. So thank you, Nujat, very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. My pleasure.
Good morning, ma'am. Myself, Sangeeta Jolly, Director of Education as a teacher to English. It's my great pleasure to be here, present my paper with all of you. And
did you try to share your screen once more?
Ma'am, okay, I'll try.
Yeah, just try, please. Yes, Fernando, right. One of the biggest issues related to online teaching is that teachers need to be very careful in relation to how easy it is to lose focus, make classes more teacher-centered than student-centered. Yeah, definitely, but you have to consciously bridge this gap by involving students in the discussion daily, asking them to unmute if they can, asking them at least once. I would always tell them that at such and such time, you'll have to unmute, prepare yourself. The rest of the lecture will be unmuted video. So please prepare yourself. So that is one thing. Also, it is then that you your discussion. So after the day's lecture is over, you can always invite them for discussion. That helps them. You can ask them to solve questions. If you can't do it in every lecture, do it at least once in a lecture. So that is quite possible. Yeah. Right. So now, Sangeeta, is that possible?
Ma'am, it's difficult.
I think it's all right, Dr. Nilakshi.
Sangeeta,
I think
please,
we can allow her to.
No
let
problem.
her talk.
Yeah.
Let her feel comfortable and talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask her.
No, fine.
I
appreciate
now
that.
you can present your paper, Sangeeta.
Okay,
You're on video. So yeah.
I have already sent in by email at your.
Yeah. I know you've sent. So please.
My topic is lesson planning in better way to use different activities for students. Language is as important for all as water. We can convey our message by language only. In teaching, we use language as activity-based learning. Through activities, students learn language in easy way. And in teaching learning, to consider the reason for planning a lesson and to experience a lesson, to reflect on different stages, to raise awareness of the role of grammar for pre-teen students. We can provide activities that focus on form, meaning, and use. And in new language teaching learning, we can develop writing skills, some activities, ideas for developing writing at the text level. For example, peer writing, cartoon story-based task, mystery group story, accuracy extra. We can use all these activities to for our students. Through different activities, we can help teachers with the tools to help their learner learn how to learn English in a new way. Ideas and activities will focus on social and effective strategies, raising awareness of language learning, as well as we can use other strategies also. And with these so many activities, students become more involved and to help teacher prepare lesson for more effective and efficient learning. And in language, we provide practical activities to encourage and motivate students to speak, as well as guiding them to prepare for speaking activities. Also, teachers will explore how to create a sportive classroom environment in which students will feel comfortable and safe in speaking English. And we can also give project work to students so that the student can learn language easily through these work and from these different activities and project work, bringing it all together in teamwork. And this is a new era which can bring all together students and teachers in language teaching learning. And we can use a methodology for this. We can use so many activities for our students, activities like flow charts, pictures, student present pictures and presentations, role play, graphic organizer, peer processing, FAIR models, brainstorming, story framing. Some more activities like gallery walk, listen and draw, brain teaser, building blocks and teaching preteens, crosswords, mind mapping, dialogues, narration, collage making, brochure making, poster cards, learning to learn, building confidence and self-esteem, raising cultural awareness, providing techniques to learn and motivating students to learn. Students learn 6 types of type of activities used to learning grammar, noticing pattern, mind mapping, extra. And for graded readers to enjoy reading, thus to read more, providing activities like book cover, front and front, storyline, quizzes, summary, gap fillings, true and false statements, focus on characters, story summary, Venn diagram, word games, word searches, crosswords, meaningful grammar practices, allow students to use target language to achieve an end, involve students in communicating, and activities like sentence to text, dialogues, class survey, drawing conclusion, and find someone who we will provide sportive classroom environment in which student will feel comfortable and self in speaking language. As students are involved in planning and presenting project work also. And basic concept of interaction management in the classroom under with the learning pyramid was also shown to clarify the average retention role of learner, which give clarify to all the learners. And we can use learning pyramid concept of interaction management in the classroom, like a teach others, reading, discussion group, practicing by doing, lecture or audio visual and demonstration extra like these. We can use in our lesson planning and methodology. A lesson plan is a document, the map, the teacher's intention for the lesson. It reflects the teacher's planning decision as well as other teachers' understanding of the principle of the lesson designs. Many schools and training course requires teachers and teachers in training to produce produce lesson plans, usually for period assessment purposes. And in conjunction with the class observation, the layout of the lesson plan is normally prescribe the relevant institution, but typically will include the following some features, like that this may be worded in purely linguistic term, teach the person perfect progressive in term of some skills or sub skills, easy to practice reading or both, and timetable, how the lesson fit to be an overall scheme of work, and assumptions or what the teacher assumes the learner may already know that is relevant to achievement of the lesson aims, familiarity with present perfect simple and with the present progressive, and some anticipated problems that are specific to the lesson aims, such as difficulty in understanding a concept or manipulating a form. The plan should also mention some possible strategies to deal with these problems, and the materials and the aids that the teacher plan to use for their students, and class profiles, description of the class, including the class complete composition, the students level they need, and other relevant information that affect all achievement of the lesson aim, development aims, the teacher personal aim in terms of what he or she hope to learn and the teaching the lessons, and procedure for a stage by stage outline of how the teacher and the displays the lesson will progress. It may include such detail as the aim of each stage, brief discussion of the activity, the time that the activity is predicted to take, and the international focus, pairs, group, teachers, class, extra, like that. Now, we can use so many activities for our students, and finding result may assessing and testing when the students can do in term of the aim of activity. Equally important, the student will also know assessment, use assessment criteria. Each assessment task specific with a set of criteria defining what the student should be able to do. The assessment criteria expressed an action through which the student demonstrate their ability and development. This make any feedback clear to students as well as the teachers, and students' attitude to the assessment. When the student know they are going to be assessed, they will be usually do their best doing the assessment, and they will also take the activity more seriously and take more notice of feedback. And the assessment activities being similar to other activities in classroom, and will also lead students to take classroom language activities more seriously. Assessment tasks are set to specific time during the learning process timing, usually at the end of the unit of the specific time period, month or a term. And participation, students have to take part in assessment tasks, whereas they may not want to participate in regular classroom activities. Not all students are active contribution to the classroom activities. An assessment task, however, should give you information on the performance and ability of every student in the class. And record keeping, a student performing assessment task is recorded, and this allow you and student to keep tasks of difficulties and area in which focus in the future. It also allow you to report back any interesting parties and conclusion. Project work, bring it all together, reflect on the role of project work for preteen students. Project work is also like activities to provide example of project work, to plan and present a project, to consider the organizations of project work in the classroom. And student use so many difficult and educating the whole learner project where should integrate language skills and encourage learning independence. And when we start, what is the topic, aim, and project, how long will the project take, what will I use, and we can use all these activities for our lesson planning in a better way, ma'am. And I think that's my topic. If you give me more time, then I'll speak. Otherwise, that's it, ma'am.
No, this is about all. In case we have other presenters, we must discuss your paper till we have any information whether anybody else is joining.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. So I just requested you to send me your abstract by email, and also to put the title of your paper here in the chat so that I can copy it accurately and paste it in my list. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'll send. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you all the panel.
If anyone else wants to comment on Sangeeta's paper, you're welcome. Sangeeta, if you want to just pinpoint any of your two most important conclusions, I would be very happy. Any two of your important conclusions.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'll send you by email.
Yeah. No, I'm asking you to now talk about any two of your most important conclusions from this paper.
Okay, ma'am. Two important conclusion. Ma'am, is for a better lesson planning where we use so many activities for our lesson planning. Different type of activities for our students, and the teacher role is as a language concern coordinator, resource provider, and ma'am, and we can assess by our student by giving them a project work and connecting learners, teacher, all the language and classroom management, classroom interaction activities based on picture or interaction patterns. We can use my main topic is ma'am, lesson planning better way by use different activities for our student. That is main focus on my that topic, and focus is on teaching, and and student have whatever they want to convey in their classes, they can do better by the different type of activities to use in classroom, and talking to students, and the all these focus is on learning, and focus is not a lecture but on task. Student work together in a small group or to answers tasks, and different activities in a such a way that they have to potential for more than all their efforts. Students sufficient time and opportunity to listen and consider ideas to others, and critical thinking is promoted. And I think that is my conclusion. Main main lesson planning in a better way by use different activities in our lesson plan. That is main, ma'am.
Okay. Aravindan is asking how much of importance is given to expected problems in planning a lesson. Expected problems, E and P capital.
Ma'am, sometimes we have problem, but whenever we give them a simple task and simple activities for their topics, students can learn in a better way, and they can give their answer in an easily way. That is important, ma'am.
No, what he was asking about was expected problems. How much do you accommodate the problems that you expect when you are making the lesson plan?
Ma'am,
what do you anticipate before the giving the lesson, and therefore what do you incorporate in your lesson plan in terms of a list of expected problems and how you tackle them? That's what I think he is asking. And he is also asking if you can give a sample of your lesson plan. That
yes,
may be difficult without your screen, but if you can give orally some description of your sample, that would be nice.
Ma'am, I'll send you by send you your email, then you can give them.
Yeah, okay. If you could share it here on the screen is what he was asking.
Ma'am, my screen is not working perfectly. Otherwise, teacher and student making online classes more effective these days, and learn and educate, do the Zoom calls, and we can use all these things in these days. And a teacher will directly take you to a meeting and mute ourselves and keep video off, and this all these waiting room. Sometimes we have a technology problem, but we can do whatever in our better way for our students and help for our students, ma'am. That's all.
That's okay. Yeah, Mohan Raj is saying that, sharing congratulations, but it says that the focus is more on tasks and activities and materials rather than the lesson plan per se in your paper, in the contents of your paper. So
yes,
what he's saying is that the inventory you have is good, but you may like to change the title of the paper with a bigger focus. What is the title of your paper right now?
Ma'am, lesson planning in better way by using different activities for students.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that you could put in a focus on activities. So start with the word activities, okay, in lesson plans. The role of activities and tasks, activities, and materials in the lesson plan. That might be a better.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Most welcome. Aravindan, your question is, I think, answered. Very good suggestion, Aravindan. It just shows that, people here who are listening, they are actually listening with their ears open and suggesting and contributing and participating in the discussions, as the last two discussions also showed. Very, very gratifying experience for me also as a chairperson to have people engaging in the presentations and people really keen on academic exchanges. And that is something which is very, very happy and very good experience for me. I'm now asking the organizer Sneha Jondale, in case you have any more presenters, we are going to, of course, wait otherwise, but we can make our waiting more profitable by having some people speak if they want to. So I just wanted to know whether anyone is going to present. Can you tell me, please? Anita Devi? Yeah.
Ma'am, Nilakshi ma'am.
Yeah, Sneha.
So ma'am, there is no one from the list is present in the meeting.
Okay. I believe that they have gone to church because it is Sunday. Many people have gone to church and they are unable to attend this session. Some of them from my, my list, they are in the church. They have requested a change in their presentation time, so that they will be accommodated. Nothing to worry about that. But I don't know how many might have gone to the church. I can see a Mahapatra, I can see a Kanal, an Agarwal, a Hassan, and a Singh, who are probably not going to the church. So there may be one or two people who are going to the church. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So anyone who wants to make any comments or share any ideas or thoughts they may have about their paper, which they have presented yesterday or are going to present in some other session today, you can all chip in, no problem. Any references to the previous papers? There's a paper from Bangladesh, there was a paper from Myanmar. Anyone has any questions for those presenters, Nuzat, and also I think it was 1 minute. I don't know whether she's still here. Yeah. Seng Yumai, are you there? Zin Miso, are you there still? Then people can ask questions to
Yes,
any of them.
I'm here.
Okay, they are both here. Nuzat is there, Zin is there. So in case anyone wants to ask questions, then we have a PhD scholar who has also written exactly on this topic. So that's Apurv Joshi. So if anyone wants to ask anything to them or share any of your own experiences with them, that would be really nice. Yes. Probably, yes. Yeah. Aravindan has put in a very, very nice comment. So that's really interesting. That today the place of worship is this platform where we genuinely share our experiences and our knowledge. Yeah. Anyone wants to? Yeah. Anyone wants to share anything? Ask the presenters any questions. They're all there and they're all alert and turned on their videos also. Thank you. So any of you want to exchange anything, ask anything? Apurv might have some questions for the other presenters because he's doing research on this paper. So anything which would help you maybe take your research ahead, Apurv, you're free to ask the other presenters any questions.
Yes, ma'am, it's not a part of the presentation, but when it comes to use any methods, when it comes to teaching online, which should be better? Either we talk about the communication language teaching or task-based language teaching, but sometimes it's not possible to use task-based language teaching when it comes to teaching online. So according to any presenter, any scholar, which method should we use or utilize to teach English as a second language?
Is your question online or
online?
regular?
Online.
Yeah, that was. See, it's sorry. Could I, Nilakshiji, could I respond?
Yes, of course. Yeah, this is meant for that.
Apurv, I think it's a brilliant question that you have asked. In fact, conventionally, what we say is there is no best method. Okay. What really helps the learner is the best method. And that is something that you have to understand by building a proper rapport with your learner. Okay. And this can be done in a variety of ways by talking to the learners. And one of my teachers always used to say, there is no method better than love. Okay. If you can love your students, if you love your job, if you love what you teach, I think everything will be all right. But online has brought in certain problems. For example, you cannot have peer interaction. That's become a little bit of a problem. You cannot organize tasks and group works, as you rightly mentioned. Therefore, is it possible for you to make it, even within the limited resources that are available, is it possible for you to make it as interactive as possible? Just ask a question. Have you understood?
Yes,
okay. A simple question like, have you understood? Okay. Do you have a problem? Now, even these small questions make the learner respond to your question, which means that you are initiating some sort of an interaction. And this can be further developed. So you have to start thinking on your feet and see what works. That's the best method. If something works, that's the best method. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
Apurv, I have no experience of teaching language online. Let me confess. I taught only literature online. Okay, my other colleagues were teaching language. They must have devised their own methods. I did supervise what they did, but then, largely my own experience is limited to literature. If you're interested in my answering this question, I will answer. So
yes, ma'am. Go on, ma'am.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So what we did have a project component. So what we did was we spent a little time off from the classroom. We took the help of one other student or two other students, divided the class into groups. Slightly more cohesive groups where they have some understanding. So we invited them to form their groups. Okay. So they formed their groups and they formed a WhatsApp group. They formed their groups. They suggested their own topic. It was either an author study or a novel or a presentation on a certain film or whatever it was. So they chose their topic, they chose their group, they chose their methodology, and they participated. Okay. So that was one place where they could come together. At least, formally, in terms of classroom participation, they could come together. Probably they were friends otherwise, I don't care. But then in the classroom, when they presented their paper, okay, when they presented their whatever presentation, that was a very interesting thing that they, so many of them, especially I found that when I was teaching advertising and journalism, the things that they came up with really blew my mind. And the quality of the presentations, they completely took off from the very staid and standard kind of thing that you would expect. So, students did benefit, I would say. They did benefit from this space that we gave them, this time that we gave them to make their presence. So, I did have to reduce my teaching time a little, which is actually, I think, my job now, because I'm supposed to be a facilitator. I'm not supposed to teach everything.
Yeah, of course, ma'am.
So I did teach, but I shared a lot of details with them in the classroom, which were other resources, so videos and other things, which helped them no end. So along with that, it really, really transformed the student from a kind of a passive learner to a very proactive, engaged learner. So that is something that they did. Also in literature, the same thing happened. One of them came up with puppetry. We didn't know that this person could do shadow puppetry. She said she developed it right there and then, while learning. They came up with plays, with puppets, with songs, with little snippets of the play in cartoon form, in comic form. So, there are so many things that with Shakespeare, they took these kinds of liberties. So, they can do so much even in other areas. So I think if you spare a little time off the classroom, it always helps. And we had to interact with these
Yes, Raman.
aside of it. Yeah, you have
Good
to
morning.
do that.
Good morning. Yeah.
It cannot be only in the classroom. So that limitation of classroom and off classroom online, but off classroom is something that you have to give the students. So we did spend a lot of time off classroom, especially project discussions, explaining the guidelines in a special session like that. You have a lot of things that you can do in addition to the time you spend only in the classroom. I think that's where the aspect of love comes in, your
Yes,
love
ma'am.
for students. Now I've retired, my students keep saying, please come back, ma'am. I mean, I really fear the thought of going back to another classroom right now, but then these things do happen. Yeah, I think we are coming to a conclusion of our session. So if anyone can quickly add whatever they wanted to add by raising their hands, it's nice. There are 2 people who have raised their hands.
No, ma'am, I raise my hand just to request you to and acknowledge your efforts which you have put here in the chairing the session, just to conclude the session because we need to move for another session and I need to.
Right.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Shall we leave then? And thanks and all the best for your.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a nice hearing you, and you shared wonderful knowledge with us. So lovely to have you with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Good morning, ma'am. It was a very wonderful session. Thank you so much. I'm Nagakala speaking.
Thank you, Naga.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
I'm
so
very
much.
glad to hear with you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we must take our leave now. So I'm going to leave this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was wonderful listening to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice having everyone over, and thanks a lot for your comments and your active participation. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nilakshi.
Thank you, ma'am.
And to the
Thank
participants.
you.
Nilakshi madam, this is Malavika. Thank you, ma'am.
To the participants, the plenary session would happen in this room. So please don't leave. Only the chairperson has left. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Dr. Akara has joined, I think.
Yeah, Shravan, good morning. I'm Sharon here.
Good morning.
Yeah.
And let me check for the resource person. Deepti
She's
madam.
also here, I think so.
She's also here?
Yeah, I did see the name.
Deepti ma'am, are you here?
Good morning, Shireen.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Rami, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, Agda. Good morning.
Morning, Shireen. Long time.
I think we.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mohanraj, sir.
Yeah.
Mohanraj, sir, I think we have to call and check with Deepti, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, Anita, please call and check. And meanwhile, let me share some video of.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Yeah. And once she joins, please let.
Good morning. Have you joined? Oh, okay. No, you were looking for it. Okay, then I'll just inform Shravan. Okay. Yeah.
Zuma integrates the proven Karadi path methodology with the best of child-friendly technology to create a powerful, immersive learning environment for the child. The Zuma experience is the perfect balance between the real and virtual worlds, helping you make the best use of your child's screen time. 24 hours of the immersive Zuma reading experience can give your child a 2-grade jump in their reading skills. With Zuma, your child learns to zoom through texts, to decode at a fast pace, and zoom in on them for deep comprehension. From being a supporting actor in your child's learning, are you ready to become the director?
Deepti ma'am, can you please let me know your username by which I can make you host? Mohanraj sir.
Hello, sir. Shravan sir, this is Malavika.
Yeah, Malvika.
Sir, you will be the host, or we'll make Sneha madam or Deepti madam as the host, sir?
We can do anything, but first let us find out the Deepti ma'am.
Okay, you want Deepti madam? I think she is there in some. I'll call her, man. I'll call her.
Mohanraj sir, can you please ask her? Deepti ma'am.
Sir has spoken.
What is the name under which you have logged in?
PCE underscore Malavika.
Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah.
We will all log in by that name, PCE Deepti madam.
Oh, no, Malvika. Okay.
It is for Dr. Deepti Malvika, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Shravan.
I thought Deepti
Yes,
Nair.
sir.
Sorry.
She lost her connection, so she is logged out and she is logging in again. Okay.
Okay.
In another device from another.
Sure, sir.
Shravan, please check the message on the chat. I posted some information there for you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am, and welcome to the session.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry, there was a bit of a
No, not at all. Don't worry. Things are fine now. Okay.
Okay, Anita and Malvika, you both are co-host. And now you can take the charge.
Okay.
No.
Good morning, Deepti madam. This is Malavika, actually, from Pillai College of Engineering.
Good morning, Malavika. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Dr. Anita, can we start?
Yes, a few seconds. I think Malvika ma'am will introduce Dr. Malvika.
Okay, Anita madam,
yes.
Shall I
Yes,
begin?
yes, you can begin. You can begin.
Okay. Turning on my camera. Good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to day 2 of the 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of ELTAI on ELT in India, New Needs, New Demands, New Trends. After the much enlightening paper presentations, we will now start with the second session of the day with a plenary talk by Dr. Deepti Gupta, The Way Forward, Learning, Unlearning and Relearning. I take this opportunity to introduce you all to the chairperson for the session, Dr. Akara Shireen. Dr. Akara Shireen is a professor and head Languages and Rankings, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, Chennai. In her 32 years of teaching experience, she also served as the principal of Sri Jayendra Saraswati Arts and Science College, Kalapakkam. We welcome you, madam, and would like to request you to start the session.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Malavika. Respected eminent academicians, organizers, teachers, students, scholars, and participants of the 15th International and the 51st Annual Conference, ELT in India, New Needs, New Demands, and New Trends. And on behalf of the organizers, I welcome you all to the second day for the second plenary session titled The Way Forward, Learning, Unlearning, and Relearning. I'm Dr. Sharon Joy, HOD Languages of Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science and President of ELTAI Kanchipuram chapter. And I'm indeed grateful for bestowing the opportunity to chair the session. And I owe my gratitude to the elite office bearers of ELTAI India and the organizing committee of this reputed international conference. Let me start with a quote. Language is a roadmap of a culture. It tells you where its people come from and where they are going. It's a quote from Rita Mae Brown. Language is enclosed within the culture of the society and exists in a symbiotic relationship with the cultural ecosystem. A close look at any community is enough to demonstrate the dynamism of the language in the context of the speech community. This plenary talk attempts to understand, analyze, and describe the needs, demands, and trends that emerge from all aspects of ELT paradigm in order to suggest ways and means of optimizing resources and materials to benefit all the stakeholders. Let me introduce the speaker of the plenary session, Dr. Deepti Gupta. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Deepti Gupta is a professor of English who teaches linguistics and literature at Punjab University, Chandigarh. She has worked as both teacher and administrator for more than 35 years. Her passion for teacher training has resulted in the conduct of more than 100 teacher training workshops. A Fulbright alumna, she has published 3 books and articles in journals like IITFL Issues, Asian EFL Journal, and ICFI Diviner and ELT Journal. She lives in Chandigarh, India. Welcome, madam, and it's over to you for the session.
Thank you very much for the wonderful words of introduction. And I'd like to thank ELTAI for inviting me as a speaker. At the outset, I'd like to talk, in fact, let me first acquaint you with the roadmap of my talk. First, I would like to talk about trends, needs, and demands. Then number 2, ELT in India. And number 3, the phases that we have seen in the trends in ELT in India. And of course, I'll wind up with what all this means for all of us as stakeholders and partners in ELT. And above all, ELTAI as the prime torch bearer of ELT. As far as I remember, whenever I've thought of ELT in India, ELTAI has come to mind. That is the kind of role that ELTAI has played in all our lives. So first of all, when I looked at the topic, I thought needs, demands, trends. If you play around with these words, think of these words. What is a trend? A trend is a general development in a situation or in the behavior of people, how people behave. A trend could be triggered off by events in history, events in politics, in fact, events anywhere. And when you look at the needs, what are needs? Things that you must have for a satisfactory life. What you require in order to live life with satisfaction and fulfillment. Trends and needs lead to demands because demands are forceful. There is no hanky-panky about demands. You can't deny them. It's something asked for forcefully. So the trends and the needs create a situation where there are demands that cannot be denied. Now, if you look at ELT, not just in India, but all over the world, trends, needs, and demands have created a kind of trajectory for ELT. If you look at the basic core of ELT, the methodology. Now, if you look at the grammar teaching method, when did it emerge? It emerged at the time when Latin was required for every educated person. Now, what was the best way of teaching Latin? Looking at its highly complicated grammar. Grammar was required. And because you had people who were users of other languages, you needed translation. So obviously, it was the grammar translation method that emerged first of all, because you had this situation where grammar was foremost in everybody's mind. At the outset, I must mention that ELT in India has for most of the time lagged behind the rest of the world in terms of methodology and development. Of course, today in the 22nd century, it's now coming back with a vengeance. It's not only covered that gap that existed in the initial centuries. ELT in India is now the torch bearer, it's the flag bearer, and it's the front runner where development and innovation is concerned. So at the very beginning, if you look at the grammar translation method, the trend was learning in another language, whether a foreign language or a second language. The need was to make this teaching as smooth as possible. So the demand was for a methodology that would cover these aspects of grammar and translation. And there you had the grammar and translation method. Now, when in India, there arose a demand for teaching English, the grammar translation method seemed the easiest way out because it was already there. It may not have been a very scientific method to begin with, but over the years, it had acquired its own literature. It had acquired its materials and procedure. So the Indian classroom, the Indian teacher was very happy to catch hold of the grammar translation method. Now in the West, from the grammar translation, you went to the direct method. In India, this corresponded with the coming of the convents, the establishing of the convent schools. Because when the convent schools were established, that is when there came an ecosystem, an environment where our children had to use English. So the direct method was most suited to that requirement. Now I'll jump across many other methods and come straight to communicative language teaching, because that is the next major milestone. Now, when did CLT happen? In the West, because of the threshold level committee of the European countries, and because of the requirement all over the world due to the large-scale migration in the early 20th century, the large-scale migration of professionals, of blue-collar workers, of academicians. So you needed a methodology that would give you the wherewithal to create professionals who would be able to use English for communicative purposes. And you had this beautiful setup by Delheims of communicative competence that you could exploit. So there was this trend in trade, in commerce, in the society that led to the establishment of communicative language teaching. The need was in the classroom to teach communicative competence. The demand was to have enough teachers, enough materials, to have an ecosystem that would give the wherewithal to teach communicative competence in the classroom. If you look at the Indian scene, what happened in India? I was one of the first teachers to welcome CLT to India because of the recommendations of the Curriculum Development Center and their acceptance by the UGC, and then by the UGC implementing communicative language teaching in most universities. My university, the Punjab University, was among the first to catch hold of CLT as a methodology. Now, as a young teacher, of course, I was very young back then. I'm talking about the 1980s. As a young teacher, I was more than happy to welcome communicative language teaching. In my classroom, it flopped miserably. Why? Because you had this set of tasks that the learners had to go out of the classroom to accomplish. So when I told them, you need to go to the post office and buy me 4 stamps, but speak in English. They came back in tears. Ma'am, nobody at the post office understands English. Or there was a task, go to the bank. Now in the 1980s, State Bank of India, how many people would you find happy to speak in English, converse in English? Again, that was a no-no. Now, there was this trend in the West that created CLT. There was this demand that led to needs. In India, the trend had yet to come. When did the trend come? 1991, liberalization. Lo and behold, everything changed. I was in the same classroom, the first year of undergraduate teaching. Of course, the students were different. And now came my happy moment, because there were these beautiful multinationals where kids could go and practice their English. And the whole context had changed. Learners no longer faced ridicule and snide laughter when they spoke English beyond the classroom, because the whole of society was gearing towards encouraging them to use English. There were employment avenues. There were places where they could use English, speak English. Hence, the demands had changed. So you see, this is the relationship between trend and need, and then need and demand. It's like a trajectory when we say new trends, new needs, new demands. It's like a trajectory. It's sequential almost, that there is a trend. And as it is, the moment you say that language is embedded in the culture of a country, language is embedded. The moment you say linguistic determinism, linguistic relativity, you recognize the fact that language is tied up with every sphere of human experience, of human life. So a trend in society, a trend in polity, a trend in economy is going to influence the need, and the need is going to create a demand. Now, many times you may misread the situation, as CDC did in the 1980s. They started this thinking about CLT in the 1970s, not realizing that the trend was not there. Hence, there was no need. So they were fulfilling a demand that was yet to come. You may call them visionaries, right? Now, coming to ELT in India. When we look at ELT in India, if you look at the earliest trends, actually it was Lord Bentinck in 1828 who introduced this whole idea of Western education, supported by Raja Ram Mohan Roy and all these thinkers who were far-sighted enough to understand that Western education is the doorway to the rest of the world, to opening up the world. And whatever their inspiration may have been, or whatever the subtext may have been, as in Macaulay's case, it was to create a class of people who would take care of the rulers, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But they did introduce Western education through English way back in 1828. If you come a little further, from 1828 to 1840, district English schools were established in Mumbai. And then 1833, Agra, Calcutta, Delhi, Benares, they set up some institutions with English as a subject. In 1835 came the infamous Macaulay's Minute. But to give the poor man credit, he was responding to the trend within his own country, within his community and society, that we need people who can understand us and who can run things for us. And then in 1837, the contribution of the missionaries. And of course, English becoming the language of the judiciary and the administration would help. And we often forget Wood's Dispatch of 1859, where an official education policy recognizing English was established. And this official education policy understood the importance of teacher training. It recognized the multilingual character of the country, and after this were established so many universities, including my own, Punjab University, 1882. Now in 2020, the NEP recognizes the multilingual character of the country. Of course, I agree with you that a little bit of work will be required to establish the equity and equality of all languages. But the recognition of the multilingual character of the country is a matter of satisfaction. So now if we look at the trend in the 19th century, the trend was towards an education of which English is a part. But the social and political trend was against the colonizer. Hence, that whole slogan of Angrezi Hatao, which is not just a slogan, but actually it's the tip of an iceberg that holds such a lot of negativity for English. So friends, it was not easy for the teacher way back in the early 20th century to stay relevant. Now, what was the trend? Angrezi Hatao, hate of the British. You obviously are not going to hug somebody who's been ruling over you for so long and who you feel has perpetuated such a lot of excesses on your society. So you're obviously not going to be very buddy-buddy and chummy-chummy with that person. So this trend of Angrezi Hatao meant that there was a need to stay relevant by the whole ELT paradigm And what did they need to do? They needed to spread it wide, prove the requirement of English. I'm talking about 1947. Because you had all these institutions teaching English, but the recognition that English is required, of course, you had all these scholars such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy and the Banerjees and the Mukherjees, and you also had the Swamis working for English, working for Western education, which of course means English. How are you going to read all those books? You can't translate all of them. So then the demand was prove that you need English. That was the challenge before ELT. Now, at this point of time, when the grammar translation method was rampant, it was pretty natural that English came to be taught as a content subject. You had all these beautiful books of literature that you were teaching in the classrooms. And also, English was the auntie tongue, no doubt, thanks to our dear friend Das. But even through all this period when you had to work very hard to stay relevant, there was no stagnant or dormant period. The moment we say new needs, new demands, new trends, we've got to understand that this is a cyclical process. There are going to be new trends. There are going to be new needs. There are going to be new demands. And not just in ELT in India, but all over the world. This is a process that continues all over the world. And this is how it should be. Because what happens if you turn stagnant? You go extinct. So if you are to remain relevant, if you are to keep growing and learning, you would change. You would be dynamic. And as it is, a teacher is always a learner. So then the next trend that came in around the 1970s, it took some time for us to overcome the challenges of becoming independent, to overcome the challenges of certain pockets of people who would say that English is the language of our oppressors, our colonizers. Why do you want to teach English in such a country? Why do you want to use English in such a country? So it did take a lot of effort around this time. And there were all these people like Prabhu who were working in this area and who were, I'm sure, there were some stalwarts from ELTAI also who were working to prove that English is not just a content subject. So now the next trend was to establish English as a language with 4 skills, and that those 4 skills need equal attention to demonstrate the skill aspect. And this culminated in CLT, where there was a complete change of methodology, which started in the 70s. Now, CLT was firmly established in the rest of the world by the 1980s. But as I mentioned earlier, there is this gap between India and the rest of the world. Of course, it begins to narrow down around the 20th century, but the gap exists. So what happened in the rest of the world in the 70s and 80s happened in India in the 90s, and then in the early 21st century. And this was due to, of course, the combination of LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. So we accepted CLT in a big way. And we also accepted CA in a big way. From CLT to the communicative approach was just a hop, skip, and a jump. Because under the communicative approach as an umbrella term under that umbrella term, you had so many other interactive, learner-centered ways of teaching English. And most of these ways were skill-based, where you were teaching English as a skill subject. Now, it is from the 1990s that there is this bifurcation, which we can look at as another trend. This bifurcation between English as a content subject and English as a skill subject. And this bifurcation emerges in NEP 2020 because the moment you say that there is going to be higher education and there is going to be skill-based education, you are recognizing the fact that you're actually teaching two kinds of curriculum. And two kinds of curriculum mean that you've got a skill-based curriculum and you've got a higher education-based curriculum, where there is the requirement of all those aspects of academic writing, of higher level academics. Now, this trend of English becoming a skill-based subject continues. And later on, this trend, especially during the post-COVID period, this is getting linked up with the lack of employment opportunities. Because as we all know, most universities have not recruited teachers over the past 1 or 2 years. Even before COVID, employment rates had come down. There was this complete gap between the educated young people and the rate of employment. So, the trend was
Sir, can you mute the person? Yeah, one of the participant.
Yes, it's muted, ma'am.
Yeah,
Muted.
thank you.
You can continue.
Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you. So the trend of English being a skill subject and of course also a content subject. You see, now this is what emerges over the years. It's not as if what you were doing earlier gets deleted. It's not as if English taught as a content subject becomes extinct. It continues, but with the recognition that perhaps not everywhere. And also, let's remember that with CLT comes in a very important tool for ELT, which is needs analysis. Needs analysis is both a tool and a weapon. How a tool? Because this is what helps the ELT person to understand what is it that my learner requires. And how is it a weapon? Because needs analysis helps you to defend your methodology. Why did I teach what I taught? How I taught it? So you have a weapon in your hand to manage the need and the demand in your classroom. Due to an emerging trend, the trend of the lack of employment opportunities has been in the back of our minds for the past, I would say, 10-15 years. Due to the population of the country, due to the huge numbers of educated unemployed, this has been at the back of our minds. So what becomes the need now? Linking ELT to employment. And here NEP 2020 is another trend in this direction, because it bifurcates ELT into two strands. The strand of higher education and the strand of learning English as a skill in a limited framework. Whereas the framework of higher education is unlimited. So here, this bifurcation means that the demand on the ELT professional is greater. The needs analysis is more refined, more specific, so to say. Now, here, I believe that once NEP 2020 is implemented across the country, our task is going to become easier, because the standalone institutes will dwindle away. Multidisciplinary learning will be the mantra of the day. And plus, with this whole project of Skill India, there would be a dwindling of numbers in higher education, but you would no longer feel sorry to see a bright child doing MA and PhD and sitting unemployed. There's no point in giving MAs and PhDs in English or any other subject for that matter to students who are not going to get employment. So it may look regressive to say that why don't our learners do a +2 or a bachelor's, become proficient in English and just acquire a skill. But if you look at other societies, other countries, you would realize that higher education is not meant for everyone. The way you have students flocking to universities. Now, that directly or indirectly affects ELT. Because in your postgraduate classroom, if you have learners who are neither interested nor motivated towards the English for academic purposes that you teach, your task becomes more difficult. And definitely the quality of your teaching comes down. And at the tertiary level, if you are confident that here this percentage of my class that has done elective or functional English or honors, or is going to go on to higher education, and this percentage of my class needs English for proficiency, doesn't need it for higher education, it makes your task as a teacher much easier. And also with better results. Now, with this trend of lack of employment opportunities, the digital turn comes in, which of course came to the West much earlier. But in India, we say it came in the early 21st century. So with the digital turn coming in, of course, you had all these beautiful methodologies like CALL and computer-assisted language learning, MAL, mobile-assisted language learning, TEL, technology-enhanced language learning. And I've lost count of the number of people who did research studies on institutes of technology with CALL, TEL, and MAL as the basis. So the digital turn meant that now there was a need for fitting into the digital turn, for learning the tools of the trade, and for teacher training. There was this demand for teacher training to make ELT professionals digitally savvy. Now, this trend was already in motion. It was already in motion You had, on one hand, you have the digital turn, on the other hand, you have ELT, they come together. And as a result, you have what earlier was called the language lab. It now becomes language lab cum computer lab in the colleges. 2020, the next challenge comes in, which collides with this trend. What is this challenge? The challenge of the COVID lockdown. When there is this need for complete online teaching. And friends, the ELT professional has always been very hands-on, has always required physical face-to-face interaction with the learners. So the professional has to reinvent. That is why the topic of my talk today, the way forward, learning, unlearning, relearning. So the basics, the fundamentals of ELT, we've learned them, been there, done that. We needed to unlearn. What did we need to unlearn? That the teacher is the center of the classroom. Sorry, was not happening. In the learner-centered classroom, you've got to adjust to the fact that you are a manager, facilitator, participant, okay, at times team leader, but nobody is going to place you on Mount Olympus and call you God any longer. So be prepared for that. You had to unlearn all that. And then you had to relearn. You had to relearn that there are other ways of teaching. You had to work with your methodology and relearn whatever you had learned earlier, but with new boundaries. You had all these beautiful materials that you kept oohing and eyeing over the internet. Now, with online teaching, you could exploit all those materials. You had been thinking about how to connect with your learners. It was very tough to call them on the landline and ask the parent or somebody to put them on the line. Then the mobile phone came. And now you had all these beautiful Google Classroom, and you had these WhatsApp groups, and you had these organizations that offered you proctorship of your examination. So you had to unlearn and then relearn. So friends, the COVID lockdown reinforced the importance of active learning. How does your learner learn? Must be an active learner if your intent is to be fulfilled in the class. And online learning meant that learner autonomy touched its peak. You had all these beautiful learners who would just log in and not attend your class. So you had to devise all these strategies to keep them interested and to also keep a close watch on them. You had to devise new ways of interaction with the learners. So you see how a trend, what was the trend in society? Social distancing, no physical meeting, led to the need for online learning. How long can you keep institutions shut down? Not at all. You can't waste your learners' time and energy and effort and life, most of all. So there was this demand for every teacher to be technologically sound. Like, for example, when I was about to log into this session, my network started blackmailing me. So I had to blackmail it back with another device. So we had to learn, unlearn, relearn. And all these processes, I believe, are like this, tied up together. Surprisingly, it was our very senior ELT people who were quick to adapt. I found many of our senior people were very quick on the uptake. So this has nothing to do, when we are talking about new needs, new demands, new trends, it has nothing to do with being young or old. It has all to do with the mindset. The mindset has to be ready to cope with the emerging trend, the fresh needs, and also the demands that are forceful. In terms of the future, I feel that there are going to be certain trends which will continue to influence us, which will continue to make fresh demands on us because of the new needs that they bring. Teacher training can no longer be in the lecture mode as it was earlier. It will have to be in the workshop mode. We'll have to promote active learning, hands-on learning, learner autonomy. And most important, since now we understand the divide between the content subject and the skill subject, the language literature divide should get weaker as we learn to exploit literature for making our learner more proficient. As we learn to exploit language and language studies for the teaching of literature. The arrival of digital humanities, I believe, is a trend that is going to influence ELT more and more. When today it is possible to write a novel solely on the basis of prompts from a website. You've got these beautiful websites where you simply type in the kind of characters you want, the kind of plot you desire, the kind of timeline you have, and the website will give you structures to write your novel. So when we are talking about a world like this, the world of digital humanities, obviously we'll have to redraw our ideas of literature and language. And this will mean that literature and language will work together more and more. There will be more give and take. There will be more give and take. You've seen the sign on roadways, buses and metro and trains, the sign that goes like this, sharing. There will be more sharing. This boundary is going to collapse between language and literature. The accessibility of texts, texts are so easily accessible. At my university, we've redrawn the entire MA syllabus so that nobody has to buy any texts. They're all available online. Interaction with text is stronger because of the digital interaction. And at the tertiary level, at least, teachers are much clearer, Functional English, skill. Elective English, English honors, content. General English for all BA, combination of skill and content. So all these emerging trends, new needs and new demands have made the ELT professional stronger, more capable of taking on challenges. And this has also meant that all these boundaries of EFL, ESL, or English for international learning, English taught as an international, English as an international language, all these boundaries where India is concerned, these boundaries are amorphous. You've got a person who's never used any English, and that person is trained for a few weeks, and the person comes up with a high band in IELTS. How do you explain this? Or you have a young man who's done a BA honors, who's done an MA, who's done a PhD, but can't speak a word of English. So you have these contradictions inbuilt into the system. So friends, we are in for a rocking time. Our trends are now going to change faster than they do in the rest of the world. And because of that, our needs are going to be redesigned practically on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And our demands are going to be redrawn every minute. So let's be prepared for these challenges. And let's also challenge something on the way, a concept that has dominated and tortured a large population of the world. I mean the concept of the native speaker. If you read all the articles that are available on this whole controversy of the native speaker, who is the native speaker? Now, once upon a time, it was very, very easy. A person born in the UK, a person born in a society where from birth, English was used in the household and the community. Now, a young person living in India who works in a call center that caters to the whole world and uses English 12 hours a day, is that person a native speaker or not? So, we have a comment in the chat box from Aravindan who says, when I was a young person, I chatted with police personnel in English. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Where the Indian paradigm is concerned, generalization is very difficult. Just as you can't have this label and box of the native speaker and put half or 1/3 of the speakers of the world into it and say they are the ones who can only teach English. That has been happening across communities outside India. That you would prefer a person who has been born and brought up in an English environment to a person who has spent half of her life acquiring that proficiency. So, who is the native speaker? We don't know that today. What is the standard accent? Once upon a time, we were firmly on the side of the British accent. The American is bad. It has shortcuts. It twangs. Today, there is a standard accent. You no longer teach phonetics in the classroom, for God's sake. By phonetics, I mean phonetic transcription. Why? Because my learner got up and told me, ma'am, why should I learn transcription when I can click on a word and get the sound? I don't need to learn this Greek that you're teaching me. So in our linguistics syllabus, we deleted transcription. You don't need transcription when you can go to the internet and listen to the sound of a word. That was for our times when you had to go to the dictionary to learn pronunciation. I have a prompt in the chat box saying, why not talk about functional English? So functional English is skill-based and it's one stream. That's another aspect, that ELT in India is not just one amorphous whole. It has so many colors and shades. It has so many parts which all get together and work together harmoniously. So friends, I'll conclude now that the way forward, the learning, the unlearning, the relearning is not just restricted to the learner profile or to teacher training. It also includes the teacher profile, your profile to be specific. It includes testing. It includes material development. It includes curriculum revision. So let's be prepared for certain tough calls that we may need to make. But if you keep one mantra in mind, the teacher is always a learner. You'll never go wrong. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Deepti Gupta, that was a wonderful presentation by you. And since we are short of time, probably we will take up the questions in person later. Okay. And I'm very thankful to you, ma'am. The trends and demands of the yesteryears to the present era was well dealt with at ease and very systematically. You started off mentioning in a nutshell how earlier there was a need to learn the grammar translation method and how it has evolved into ELT movement, and the transformation of English was dealt as a content subject earlier and how it has reformed over the years, over the challenges which was facing even ELT in India, how it was never stagnant. Of course, we had it was really dynamic and growing. That's why English is always a language which is most opted for, and it's a universal language. Your views on CLT approach and highlighting on NEP was based on the trends. Exactly to the relevant to the topic of this particular international conference. And you also mentioned how teachers have to be focused on skill-based education in line with latest trends and the needs and the demands of higher education curriculum. The recent trends of English becoming a skill-based subject was excellent, and your views on it related to the post-COVID period, how the gap between the educated young people and the rate of employment was also specified. And most importantly, you connected with ELT and the NEP 2020, where there is a challenge after this during this COVID lockdown. The need for online teaching appeared, and the use of tech professionals to reinvent and going way forward. That's really brilliant of you, ma'am, to explain and come into the topic of yours. And definitely the teachers and the participants and the scholars would have benefited by your wonderful explanation and how the ELT professionals should be tech savvy to keep to the trends and the era during the lockdown. And of course, there will be definitely again transformations over the years. You don't know what is expected. So definitely the boundary between ELT and literature would diminish. And that was an excellent line of yours. And of course, NEP has focused on experiential learning pedagogy. And we look forward that more and more teachers of English language teaching will adopt and also opt for gamification apps and learn and make the students learn the language, and would be a great facilitator. Thank you. Wonderful presentation by Dr. Deepti Gupta. So we will have the participants' question later directly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. And I especially like the way you explained, the relation between the trends and the needs and the demands. I mean, you associated it so well, and you explained it, how English, has become a demand in India and how it is a need in India to communicate in English. So you spoke of several factors, and that is really very helpful for all of us. So I would like now, to announce that there is a break in between. We have a break of 10 minutes in between. So we will be joining at 11:40. So for the next session.
Thank you, Malavika, and thank you, organizers.
Yeah, thank you.
Malvika ma'am, who is going to host this session now?
Sir, it will be Darshana madam, sir.
Okay. So Darshana ma'am, please find out all this, the resource person and the debaters have joined.
Our resource person is here. Professor Nagraj, I saw him.
Nagraj, yes.
I'm here.
Yeah. Professor Nagraj is here. The other debaters are Lawrence and Deepa Prasad. Deepa Prasad, I think I saw Deepa Prasad.
Deepa Prasad.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Good morning,
Yes.
sir.
Lawrence is here. Deepa Prasad is here.
Yes, sir.
Annie Kuriachan is also
Annie
here.
Kuriachan, Annie Kuriachan is here. And the fourth person is...
Yes, sir. I am here, sir. Vijay Kumar.
Okay, Vijay Kumar. Oh, all four are here.
Great.
So yeah, the team is ready, Shravan.
Okay, so we'll start sharp at 11:40. Let me play a video just for a break.
Yes.
Darshana madam,
Yes, sir.
please take a charge and start the session in a minute.
Shall we start right now, sir?
We can take, you just said everything is okay or not. Yeah, we can start.
So good morning all and welcome back to the third session of this conference. It's a debate on developing indigenous models in ELT is a pride dream. This session is chaired by Professor M. Nagaraju. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. M. Nagaraju, who served as a selection grade lecturer and principal. He is a master trainer in communicative language teaching techniques and has co-authored and edited textbook. So we welcome you, sir, and I would like to request you to proceed with the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Darshana. Thank you very much. Thank you, Darshana. Thank you for those words of introduction. I'm very happy to be here this morning, and I'm sure you're all ready for this debate that's going to start now. Friends, you all perhaps are aware that we are going to have a discussion, a debate now on developing indigenous models in English language teaching, whether it's a pipe dream or not. I would like to thank the organizers, the participants, the debaters, and everybody, and would like to thank you for the opportunity that has been given me to chair this session. Language teaching, as you are aware, especially English language teaching, has become what it is today through a process of evolution. Lots of experiments have happened, lots of trials, reviews, analysis, research, and vision. All this has happened to bring English language teaching to what it is today. The four debaters that we have today here are going to discuss whether we need to adjust, adapt to, and develop the indigenous models further to teach English more effectively and more successfully, or drop this idea of the indigenous model as a fanciful, as an impracticable idea, and maybe stick to some other globally standardized model of English language teaching. We have here with us Dr. Deepa Prasad. Dr. Deepa Prasad, if you are there, please say hello. You can unmute yourself, I think. Dr. Deepa Prasad.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, and we have next Dr. Annie Kuriachan. Dr.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Lawrence Raj Anthony. Lawrence, are you there?
Lawrence said he was there.
He's there. He's there. I see Lawrence there. And we have Dr. C. Vijay Kumar. So these are the four debaters participating in this program. Each one of them is going to briefly present their views about the topic. Some arguing in favor, and two of them arguing in favor, and two of them arguing against the proposition. And they will also have time to defend and rebut the ideas presented by others. There'll be time for the audience towards the end of the debate. The audience can ask questions, they can interact, they can give their views, they can give comments, etc. They can share their thoughts on that. And after the question answer session is over, we'll also try to find time to hold a poll where you can give your vote in either in favor of the proposition or against that. So that's the structure of the program. Now let me take some time to introduce each one of the debaters before we proceed further. First, we have Dr. Deepa Prasad, who is going to speak for the proposition. She is an assistant professor at the Postgraduate and Research Center, Department of English, University College, Thiruvananthapuram. An alumna of the Institute of English, University College. She has done her specialization in English language teaching. And she takes a keen interest in harmonizing her interest in literature and language studies, as well as varied areas of study, such as cultural studies, film studies, and theater studies. A research guide with over 26 years of teaching experience. She has been a part of the teams for writing textbooks for University of Kerala. Since 2016, she has been engaged in producing materials for the university. So I present Deepa Prasad to you. Then we have the second speaker, Dr. Annie Kuriachan, who is going to speak against the proposition. And Dr. Annie Kuriachan works as an assistant professor and head department of English in the well-known Women's Christian College, Chennai. She has been teaching for over 3 decades and is a very successful researcher with a large number of publications to her credit. In the course of her career, she has not only carved a niche for herself as a successful teacher, but she held many different administrative positions also. She worked on indigenous theories of using drama in the classroom. Quite interesting. She has conducted highly motivating workshops using plays as tools of developing language proficiency. That is Dr. Annie Kuriachan, I think you are there. So that's the second debater. Then we have another debater speaking for the proposition, that's Lawrence Raj Anthony. He is an executive secretary of this ELTAI Hyderabad South chapter. He is an assistant professor in the Department of English at CBR College of Engineering, Autonomous in Hyderabad. He worked for over 20 years earlier in Don Bosco and schools, other schools and colleges. He is working for his PhD now. He is working in Satyabhama, deemed to be University Chennai. Lawrence has presented and published quite a lot of papers in national and international conferences and in journals. He's actively engaged in motivating and guiding engineering students and is deeply interested in English language teaching and ESP. Lawrence, hello. And the fourth debater participating in this debate today is Dr. C. Vijay Kumar. He is going to speak against the proposition. Dr. Vijay Kumar is an assistant professor at the Institute of Technology and Science, BITS, Pilani. He is a PhD in English language education from EFL University, Hyderabad. He has an MPhil in English and a BEd in ELT. Prior to joining BITS Pilani, the HSS department, he had designed and taught EAP and ESP courses at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He likes to compile language corpora for teaching and learning courses. Currently, he is working on a learner corpus of academic writing portfolios of EFL advanced learners. So these are the 4 debaters that are going to participate in the debate today. I invite all of them. I invite the audience to participate in this program. Please listen to the arguments forwarded by them. And then after that, as I told you already, there's going to be time for you to give your thoughts as well. May I now invite Dr. Deepa Prasad to begin the debate with her ideas on this topic. Dr. Deepa Prasad.
Thank you so much, sir. And let me take this occasion, first of all, to thank ELTAI and the organizers of this, wonderful conference, and especially our host and our coordinator, Dr. Nagaraju, for this wonderful opportunity. It's always an honor to be a part of ELTAI, to be cooperating or to be contributing in some way or the other to the programs of ELTAI. So I thank, no words can express my gratitude for giving me this chance. Okay, so the topic for debate today is, of course, indigenous models for teaching, for language teaching, or for ELT, whether that will remain a pipe dream, whether that is feasible or not. So I will be talking that for the topic, meaning that is going to be a pipe dream, that it is not really feasible. It's not a practical idea to bring in indigenous models for teaching, especially teaching English in a country with such a variety, such a multitude of background differences, socio-cultural, economic, political differences, regional differences, linguistic differences, and also, I don't know, a lot of differences come into play when you're thinking of India. And yet there is a unity, no doubt about it. India is an emotion for us all. So whether we go for an indigenous model or not is really a tricky question, I would say, because there is a new trend, so to say. There is a new clamor, new research studies. There is a lot of work happening in bringing back indigenous culture, in formulating a kind of a responsive and an ecological system of teaching a language, of teaching as such per se, of evolving methodologies that will ingrain the contextual elements of a particular culture, definitely there. However, there are certain practical difficulties, I would say, challenges, not difficulties per se, but challenges that we should foresee if we are planning to implement such a model. Because a number of studies have happened in this area, and it is generally understood that the educational sector or the educational area is an area that does not take very kindly to changes, not to mention revolutionary changes. So trends that happen, that once set in, remain there sort of forever, or at least a minimum of 40 to 60 years before something or the other sort of change happens. So I think it was Kirkpatrick who had mentioned that whenever a change is happening in the teaching learning context, I think it was Kirkpatrick, he said that the contextual and the context and the needs of the recipients should be taken into consideration when you are thinking of a change. So the problem here is that, like the theme of our conference is, it is new needs, it is new demands and new trends in language learning. So we have to keep up with that in language teaching as well. That goes without saying, because people are moving towards, thinking of world as a single organism, of a global village, of a globalization. Even when we are talking of localization, we think in terms of globalization. We cannot just keep out globalization, the world, the globe, away and limit ourselves to an indigenous sort of model, is what I think after reading materials on this area. Of course, it's an argument, so there'll always be a counter argument, but then let me present my ideas and why I think it is like that. So I think Holiday had mentioned a problem called tissue rejection. So when you're introducing changes, for example, chances are that the system will reject it. So the teachers and the students, they should feel comfortable with the changes. So especially in an area like ours, in a country like ours, which is culturally rich, which is traditionally rich, which the uniqueness of our land, I would say, is that each region has its own unique history and unique culture. So how do we accommodate this uniqueness while teaching a foreign language, English? English is definitely a foreign language. So are we thinking of, making English sort of part of our culture? Or do we change our teaching methodology to incorporate English so that our kids benefit the most? After all, they have to go out to the world. So the problem here is that there is the center-periphery divide when you are thinking of even teaching learning process. So the center-periphery divide, or the elite-non-elite divide. So when you are thinking of indigenous models, I don't think we can evolve a model that is like one size fits everyone. It will vary from region to region. Of course, it will vary from region to region, because teachers will have their own differences, background differences. Students will have their own background differences, cultural, socio-political, economic, so many factors to be taken into consideration. So as the world is moving forward, as the world is surging forward, our kids need to be equipped to be in tandem with those changes. So I think if we go for an indigenous model, a strict indigenous model, that will not be quite advantageous for them in the rat race, to win the rat race. Plus, it might effect a further divide in the center-periphery thing, the elite, non-elite divide. So there will be a small class of people, a minority, who will end up with Paka English, perfect English, and there will be a majority who might, I'm saying there's a chance that the majority might end up with not so perfect English. So won't that result in a huge divide, a huge chasm between English learners is my concern here, is what I think might be a problem if we are thinking of implementing the indigenous models of ELT. And like Ilango sir had mentioned yesterday, there is English everywhere. So many different types of Englishes around us. And studies show that even in America, which is more homogenized than India, even in America, there are regional variations and other such contextual differences come into play while language teaching and learning happens. So when you think of indigenous in India, the main problem then becomes, what sort of indigenous are we thinking of? Like, indigenous can mean different things for different people. So the tribal people, for example, how do we bring them into mainstream if we are going to implement the indigenous methodology of teaching? That is one of the problems. Then again, when we come to teaching grammar or teaching pronunciation. So pronunciation, it will vary a lot, I think, even within regions, even within states. In Kerala, for example, the north and the south and the middle part, they have different accents, even the mother tongue, as we all know. So would all these factors come into play when we are thinking of indigenous models for teaching or teaching language especially? So I think those are my main concerns, so to say. We can say arguments as such, but if we are thinking of implementing an indigenous model for teaching a foreign language like English, and exactly like where English stands vis-a-vis our culture is also a question. Nobody can exactly pinpoint, draw a graph and point that this is where English stands. Is English a foreign language? No. Is English a second language? Not at all. Then what is English for us? So with so many gray areas here, I don't really believe that going for an indigenous model would help us and the future generation to be in tandem with the changing trends, with the new demands and new needs of the world. So that is my take on the topic. I hope I haven't exceeded the time limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa, for presenting your views in such a short time. May I now invite Dr. Annie Kuriachan to present her views against the proposition.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaraju, and thank you, Dr. Mohan Raj, and the whole of ELTAI for giving me this opportunity. And it is, as Dr. Deepa said, it is an honor to be a part of ELTAI and to contribute in any ways, small ways, big ways. So I would like to speak against the motion that developing indigenous models in ELT is a pipe dream. It is not a pipe dream. And I am humbly submitting my proposition against this motion based particularly on my experiences as an English language teacher and also an English literature teacher. So I have done these experiments in my classroom while teaching students of very high proficiency, of low proficiency. And I've used some of these methods or some of these processes that I would like to elaborate on a little more, where I feel that we can make use of indigenous models. We need not be subservient to the European common framework or to the American model of teaching English or even the British way of teaching. Why can't we develop our own models, indigenous models, especially taking advantage of the multilinguality of our country, the pluralistic nature of our country? So these are advantages and these are blessings, absolute blessings that we are born into, and we are sitting on a gold mine. I keep emphasizing this even in my department. We are actually sitting on a gold mine. We haven't tapped this gold mine to its fullest potential. So therefore, there needs to be this is the imminent need. This is the absolute need, especially in the present times when learners are more focused towards what is it to be an Indian? What is it to be? What is Indianness all about? What is this culture? The various cultures. There are questions thrown at us by the advanced learners and by those learners who are struggling with this so-called foreign language, English. Now, I would not like to look at English as a foreign language. I would like to look at it as a link language. especially a language that links me, a Malayali, to a Tamilian or to a speaker of English, a Tamilian who also speaks English, or to a Telugu who speaks English, a person from Andhra Pradesh, or from Kashmir, or from Punjab. So English becomes a linked language. It isn't a foreign language because we've lived with English for so long. Isn't it in our system? Isn't it in our, haven't we internalized it enough? And our students come from English medium schools also. And also the greatest blessing that India has is the bilingualism or the trilingualism. Just the other day, I was talking to my class about this pluralistic nature of our country. And there were students, several students who knew 5 languages. I know 4 languages. And although I'm proficient in 3 languages, major languages, there are students with knowledge of 5 languages, 7 languages. So why are we not tapping this gold mine by looking at indigenous models, basing English as a linked language? Now, there are 3 areas that I have done this kind of an experiment. One is using of the personal context of the learner. We forget that these learners come with their varied experiences, with their understanding of their culture, their identity. So I've used the personal context. For example, I've asked a learner from the Tamil medium to talk about the Pongal festival. And there was a lot of interlanguage, there was a lot of struggle for her, but she managed to convince me that Pongal is a fantastic festival and that I should go to her village and celebrate Pongal. The second is storytelling. There are any number of stories that our land is full of, our families are full of, personal anecdotes, family stories. These are heirlooms that all of us need to tap. Storytelling is a very important aspect of developing an indigenous model. The third and the most interesting is translation studies. So can we convert or adapt these stories and even the stories from the global context into our own way of context, situations, and then create a need to understand ourselves. So I've used this concept of translation or adaptation or even transcreation in the way in which European fairy tales were adapted to the Indian context. So that is a good way of looking at developing indigenous models. These are 3 experiments that I have conducted in class, and the learner is energized to use the language. The learner is motivated to use the language, and language becomes much better because it's much more effective. It is natural. It is much more effective. There is no there is no imposition of any pronunciation or accent, as long as intelligibility is not affected. I look at the meaning that is made and the meaning that is conveyed from the recipient to from the conveyor to the recipient. And if there is no problem of intelligibility, why should we standardize accents? Why should we standardize pronunciation? So has the other person made meaning of whatever another person says? Say, if I'm going to talk about Teyyam, or if I'm going to talk about Mohiniyattam, and if I'm going to demonstrate, I'm going to use my whole body body language and parasegmental, paralinguistic segments in my presentation. And if the other person is able to understand, also use language, what is wrong? So indigenous models can be developed if we are passionate about our national identity, about our national processes of national integration. These need not be ideologies. These can become a reality, and they can be practiced in our classrooms with a better effect of helping us to understand another person who does not speak our language. But definitely we can make use of English as a link language to link up all these various pockets where we don't even know who the other person is, the neighbor is, or the next state is. So that is my humble suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Annie, for making those forceful points in favor of your argument. May I now invite Lawrence Raj Anthony to put forward his ideas.
Very good morning, Nagaraju sir, and good morning to all of you. I thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity. I thank Mohan Raj sir also including me into this debate on developing indigenous models in ELT is a pipe dream. Let me acknowledge in the very first place, I was never been to a debate. I never attended a debate. And this is actually, the very first debate that I'm, part of. And that too, with the, rich and experienced scholars, rich and experienced teachers. So I'm very glad I'm part of this debate. The very title of this argument, Developing Indigenous Models in ELT, is a pipe dream. As some observations, some arguments made by Dr. Deepa Prasad, I would like to, recall to our minds once, and I would like to also get back to some of the scholarly, some of the curricular aspects, that are expected by, maybe expected of a student in India, in Indian classroom, for example. I would like to also bring some problems that, we as teachers, Indian teachers face while teaching Indian students. Now, actually, I can take myself as an explanatory example because I come from a Telugu medium background. I studied in Telugu medium till intermediate, and I switched over to English medium from my undergraduation to PG, and then pursuing my PhD. Let me recall to our minds once again, the kind of practices that we have been into as Indian natives, for example, or maybe non-native speakers of English. Right? It is not really practical. I have found that it may not be really practical to develop indigenous models because of our cultural differences, as ma'am pointed out, Deepa Prasad pointed out, because it's socially, culturally, we have so many differences, no doubt about it. When it comes to teaching in Indian context, for example, obviously, I think the need of the student, need to be taken into consideration, right? Because as it says, English has become a global language, right? So certainly, I think we do need to keep in mind when it comes to teaching a language. Let me come to a few basic curricular aspects. I think that we need to be aware of, as expected by an Indian student in an Indian classroom. So what are they? For example, let me read out a few points here. Let me read out this. As we all know, English is broadly categorized in three varieties of languages. English as a native language, English as a second language, English as a foreign language. So English is taught as a subject when it comes to our Indian context, but it has a purpose of teaching English. In Indian context, a student certainly should have a basic attainment of proficiency for a meaningful communication. A student at higher level must, I think, have these following things. What are they? Acquire a skill of listening, speaking, reading, writing, and also thinking in an integrated manner. and also develop interpersonal skills through reading and express ideas. Attain basic proficiency like developing ability to express oneself orally and in writing, because which is very meaningful, very coherent when it comes to forming a structure, a structural approach. And what are the other things that I think we need to keep in mind besides the ability to interpret and understand instructions in polite forms of expressions, and to respond meaningfully both verbally and in writing, and also to acquire varied range of vocabulary through reading, and to understand increased complexity of sentence structures while reading and writing. And apart from that, the ability to express an awareness of social, political, and socio-cultural and environmental issues which are propagated, issues which are propagated by the reading and comprehension of content in English. Also, the ability to reach or to read and interpret critically and literally and linguistic texts in different contexts. So these are a few basic curricular aspects, I think, that we as teachers and also the student in Indian context, I think, be aware of. As I, read a few articles in connection to the indigenous models in ELT, one of the authors, according to one of the authors, Nilima Roy, her observation about a few challenges and a few significant challenges while teaching to Indian students. So in her article titled "Challenges in Indian Classrooms to Teach English as a Second Language," and she examines the present status of English as a second language in India. So what are they? The majority of Indian students, especially from rural areas of states like Bihar and some eastern parts of UP and Maharashtra, they consider several, English words, especially the 7-letter words. They find it really magical or, miracle words. And it certainly reminds me of what Palguna sir, he mentioned in his, address when he spoke about the varied, vocabulary, which certainly I think intimidates you to Indian learners. The words like critical, monumental, dwindle, for example, counterfeit, summit. So these are some of the words I think these students, especially who are from rural, find very difficult to understand the meaning and spell it or pronounce it. And I also remember the word which is actually mentioned as said by Shashi Tharoor in yesterday's Paul Gunnar's speech, agathocology. It's agathocological. Even I find difficult to pronounce it. Agathocological, used by Shashi Tharoor himself.
Lawrence, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Maybe considering the limitations of time, would you please wind up your argument so that you can speak again during the second round?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me conclude it. Certain challenges before the English language teachers in India, especially in rural areas, like it becomes really very difficult for someone to really, create or have, our own models to teach. In fact, let me give a simple example of my own. When I started learning, I used to have certain words ending with, our own dialect, for example, ending with sounds like u, kaminga, kamingu. These sounds, I really had this problem as an initial learner. So once I was aware of, the standards, aware of the, the UK standards, for example, I started emulating. I started practicing, not be exactly, but, to that appropriate learning. So what is accepted and what is not accepted? What is intelligible? What is understood? I think that is what makes someone to understand that what we are trying to speak is quite meaningful and communicating. I still remember what I had a problem in making people understand has, has found to be quite effective. When I was talking to one of the volunteers from US, he said, I was able to follow you, I was able to understand, but I was finding difficult to understand somebody, who spoke with Indian dialect. So to say, I think maybe we do need to follow, certain models as expected.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Thank you for bringing in your personal experiences to make your arguments. May I now invite Dr. Vijay Kumar to present his arguments.
Thank you, Nagaraj sir, and I also thank the ELTAI and Professor Mohan Raj particularly for making me part of this debate. Before I propose my arguments, that I would like to point at one of the things that Professor Widdowson has said a long time ago when he was trying to contextualize the need for research in applied linguistics, particularly in English language teaching. So put simply, he said that, if common sense can inform us about how to teach English, we don't really need to worry about applied linguistics. And that's why we need applied linguists. So we need to go beyond the common sense to be able to address the specific concerns that our students have. And if I go back to what the three important milestones in the history of English language teaching, and interestingly, all the three milestones are the serious contributions from the subcontinent, particularly India. And although the modern research is pointing out that they have done extraordinary work, maybe perhaps from the Western world, but the three milestones have actually come from the Indian subcontinent. That's what my argument is. To begin with, first, Michael West's contribution to the entire field of English language teaching was first done in India. And of course, his PhD or his research work, which was published later as bilingualism, and subsequently in 1960, the teaching English in difficult circumstances, and all these interesting works that Michael West himself published later and received very well by people were actually the indigenous models, in a large sense, because most of the people that he was working with are the teachers, students, they belong to India and they were from India. And whatever research outcome that he published, that was completely based on the Indian conditions. The second interesting milestone in the history of English language teaching, which subsequently led to the creation of task-based approaches to language teaching, is Professor Prabhu's. And Professor Prabhu's experiments conducted as a Bangalore project were really interesting because they actually marked a shift from the traditional approaches to the teaching, particularly the grammar of English language. So it shows that the second most interesting contribution that most of the Westerners probably claim to own has actually come from India. So that's the second. And the third most breakthrough was Beyond Methods by Professor Kumar Vadivel. So until a point of time that the entire world was obsessed with methods, that it was he who proposed 13 macro strategies that we can effectively implement in the teaching of English, particularly in training teachers, in identifying the various needs of our. Look at all the three contexts that I've cited. There are three different milestones, but they are unique. They are not dependent on any Western ideas or theories, but they were practically based in India. In other words, it is the Indians who have actually contributed to the world of ELT, which later became serious theories that we are receiving as different inputs. So my argument is that it's not a pipe dream. It is already there. It's just that we have to acknowledge the fact that there is so much of research happening in India. And as Professor Deepa has rightly pointed out, that it is these issues that she was trying to ignore, that India is a country with so many complex and serious concerns. But as Professor Widdowson pointed out, that these issues are the concern of applied linguists. These are the concerns of ELT practitioners. We cannot shy away from dealing with these gray areas that she was trying to point out. And it is simply for that fact that we have the reason to do research that immediately serves the purpose of our learners, that motivates us to choose ideas to do or create or develop models for English language teaching. Although the very term indigenous can be somewhat ambiguous, but what I would suggest is that no model for that matter, whether it is a Western or Indian or any model, can just be created from scratch. It has to rely on the whole body of research that has happened elsewhere. And therefore, no one can claim the ownership of a particular approach or methodology. It is just that we are trying to develop models which will be helping our students cope with all the challenges. And it is high time for us to acknowledge the kind of research that we have been doing in India to be able to tell the world that there are better ways to understand the complex dynamics of language learning and language teaching, and particularly subcontinent's experiences will inform the world in a better way, because the constructs that you can define can be broader and can see aspects that otherwise are not possibly be observed by people who are conducting research in certain areas. Like she was mentioning that even in America, they are trying to follow certain methodologies. But just to take you in ESP, when people were trying to approach this writing research, they had their own first language models to implement in the classroom. They were mostly in favor of the process approaches and giving autonomy to the learner to write. But it is people like Vijay K. Bhatia and John Swales who have argued against, informing the teachers that a lot of students have difficulty with coping with seriously the writing aspects of it. So they created genre-based models, which are very much popular in ESL and EFL context these days. So what I'm trying to do is that it's not that we only are working towards creating indigenous models, which will help our learners to cope with the challenges, but also in the countries like USA, where the teachers who are working in applied linguistics are thinking about the dynamic situation where the learners from ESL and EFL context bring set of skills, strategies, knowledge, cultures, etc. to their environments. And I think it is important to come up with strategies and models which will serve the purposes carefully. So taking these into consideration, my argument is that we need to create our own models which are local, which, as Professor Kumar Vadivelu has rightly pointed out, that we should consider the learner and learning first, and then work on the unique models rather than just adopt something that has just come all the way to us from different places. And as I cited, the three models that I have cited, it is the Indians who have actually contributed majorly to the developments in ELT, and those works have to be recognized as serious contributions. And from this point of time, probably, we must focus on conducting more case studies, which will be put together as Indian contribution to the field of ELT. And that marks probably one of the milestones in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Thank you very much. I think in case the audience were expecting any kind of sparks like the one that you see on television, perhaps you are disappointed. This is not a TV debate like the political debates that you see. This is an academic debate where the presenters, the debaters present their views in a certain order. But maybe we have a second round when we can see maybe rebuttals happening and then questions raised and also arguments in favor and against. I invite Dr. Deepa again to continue the discussion, continue the debate, and she now has an opportunity to defend her arguments and also at the same time rebut the arguments the others have made. Deepa.
Thank you, sir. Okay, like sir said, there is nothing personal happening here. It is just a deliberation on various aspects of the topic. That is all. Because I believe India had one of the best educational systems in the world, the Gurukula Sampradaya, and we had 4 major universities way before the Indian, the white people were thinking of all these. That is what I believe. But trends have changed. There are new needs, new demands, and new trends. So I was just looking at the thing in general. That was all. Nothing personal here. Okay. So what Annie ma'am had said, we totally agree with it. I totally agree with what she had said about using English as the interlanguage, with which we can highlight our cultural strengths and, let students become aware of our innate, the kind of treasure of knowledge that we are blessed with. Definitely, yes. But what I meant was, like I said, indigenous, when you are talking about indigenous, and like what Dr. Lawrence had mentioned, when you're finally, when you're looking at the proficiency part of the language, if we have lots of time to teach and learn the language, definitely we can go for all this. And yes, we can attempt all these, like using English as an interlanguage in small context, in topic specific communication. That's what I feel. But when it comes to an interview, performance in an interview, for example, or a written competitive examination, for example, a proficiency examination, for example. So if I believe if we go for an indigenous model totally, that would affect the time required for a student to reach that aspect, that sort of that milestone of a proficiency that is required for him to compete globally. So that was actually what I meant. And this cultural identity part, I think, yes, we can definitely highlight that, but there are so many other areas of our life where we can, instill this cultural identity in a student. We don't specifically have to use English for that. Because, for example, I was thinking, what if we asked the tribal student, to communicate to us, who has absolutely no knowledge of the language. So there is no interlanguage between us. Within India, even within Kerala, that can happen. And Malayalam is a language, it's a very unique language, probably because it has more English words in it than Malayalam words. We don't have a Malayalam word for mobile, for example, for switch, for example, we often say bus, everything, unlike Telugu or Tamil, we don't really make terms quite indigenous, so to say. We accept these foreign words. So yes, Malayalam or Tamil, South India, I'm talking about the rural areas where we need to bring the students to a level. That is why I mentioned that elite, non-elite divide. So we should the attempt should be to minimize that chasm between the elite, non-elite, the center and the periphery, the learners, and try to bring majority of the students to a point where they can perform really well at a global level, because that is the need of the hour. That is what I feel. And in developing indigenous models, like Dr. Vijay Kumar had said, it's not just in America, it is happening in Canada, it is happening in Australia, because indigenous population is everywhere. And a foreign population or settlers are also there in almost all the civilization, in almost all the cultures. I think this problem of an imitative model that happened with the former colonies of England, they just imitated, or it was a sort of a mimicry kind of thing when they adopted the uniform, the one kind of thing, where the individual differences of learners or teachers were totally ignored. So that's sort of an imitative model that happened in India as a sort of a legacy of colonization. So probably that can be worked out. But what I was wondering was, like, as Dr. Lawrence had pointed out, it's not just us who need to understand each other, but when the students are performing at a proficiency examination, for example, when he or she is attending the interview, when they are writing the exams of an international standard, maybe they want to study in China, for example, and they want to take the entrance there, or they want to go for higher studies in the UK or USA or Canada or Australia, where these kind of parameters are already set. So how do we equip them to meet these challenges? That was my concern, rather. So that is why I said one size fits all sort of indigenous model may not be feasible, may not be practical in the present context of India, where India is trying to, kind of push ourselves and regain our glory. There was a time when India was the best. East or West, India was the best. We believe it is still the best. But we know about the brain drain and everything. Now, the brain drain happened because of the language. That is what I believe. A student, because he's proficient in science or technology, need not be accepted by an American university unless he has a proficiency in language. So the language proficiency, like Dr. Lawrence had pointed out, the LSRW proficiency does matter. It does matter. So even if we go for an indigenous model at the earlier stages of language learning and teaching, I believe the formal context, in a formal context of teaching and learning English at an advanced stage, at least, the students should be able to understand, to think, to analyze, to receive and respond at the international level of kind of a proficiency should be there. That is what will give them an advantage when it comes to their pursuing their higher education or their career. So that is my take on it. So it would be interesting to listen to the others also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. Before I invite Dr. Annie, maybe I just would like to, perhaps it doesn't need, but maybe still I would like to clarify that we are not only talking about the Indian model, we are talking about the indigenous models. So whether developing indigenous models is a fanciful idea, or is it just a pipe dream, or it can be a very effective way of teaching, learning language. Anyway, I now invite Dr. Annie Kuriachan to continue the debate.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to raise two issues over here. One is, why should there be, these are all fears. For example, the rural elite divide or the rural-urban divide. These are all fears that we have. When we step into the English language classroom, these fears should be decimated. And that can be decimated when everybody is given a chance to express themselves, to talk about their personal context or their personal lives, as long as it is not problematic, as long as it is an understanding, the personal as the universalized or the universalized as the personal. The second problem is I'm also responding to what Dr. Lawrence had to say about the use of big words. It is no more fashionable to use big words. Can language provide can language be a tool of communication? Communication of meanings, of ideas, of expressions, where intelligibility is not affected. So why do we need to use big, high sounding or high funder words? That is not the way. Language is for expression, not to create an impression. The third point that I would like to rebut is this concept of training our students for a foreign market. I am dead against this concept of training our brains or our young people, the young power that we have, to serve a foreign master or to serve in a global domain. That does not seem to be our objective. The objective of Indian higher education or Indian school education is to present graduates, to present learned people to serve our country, to get the best potential, or to discover the best potential that is there within inherent in our country. So why are we training our students for another country, for the development of another country? So I'm personally very, very disturbed when I hear that we need to train our students for a global market, for some other markets. Can we train our students for an Indian market? And the Indian market is a crouching tiger. And we need to understand that this is a trend that we need to capitalize on. So that is why I feel that indigenous models, maybe not Indian models, but any indigenous models, regional or whatever is local, has to be tapped and has to be understood as being absolutely rich and being absolutely energized. We need to capture that energy and pass it on to our students. And it is quite possible. If we do not have these apprehensions or fears of something else happening, there are bound to be problems, there are bound to be teething problems, but then these models can be developed. It's not at all a pipe dream.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Annie. Thank you very much. And then may I now invite Lawrence to continue the arguments.
I thank you once again. After having heard what Dr. Annie Kuriachan, reiterated and emphasized on being worried about teaching, being worried about training students to go abroad and maybe go for higher studies or maybe find jobs there. I think what I feel is the focus is not more on students who are already equipped with the knowledge, especially students in urban, for example, coming from a well-educated family. My attention is more on students who need to be reached out and who need to be empowered, especially students from rural. So that is my concern actually. So after all, what we are trying to do is to find out who are the students who need our help as facilitators, who need our assistance. So that is, I think, my concern. I think that certainly makes me focus on the kind of environment that we have in Indian classrooms, for example. So to point out certain problems, especially challenging, significant challenges. For example, in classroom we have classes of mixed ability groups. Obviously, you take, for example, in engineering college where I teach to students, almost 40% of students come from rural background. So it becomes quite challenging to make the students understand, especially the pronunciation of words. Maybe to start with 2-syllable or 3-syllable words, or 4 or more syllable words, for example. To speak in any context, I think a student need to know such words. Depends on the context. It may be a trisyllable or a polysyllable. So because of this mixed ability group, I think it becomes quite challenging for us to segregate or separate or make them groups, and then teach them to be empowered, to get them empowered. There's another problem. What we find is teaching them in vernacular language, especially in rural areas. We find teachers using vernacular language. I think that's another problem because keeping in mind the kind of scenario, the kind of situation that we are in with, because there is a competition. There's a competitive world. Students are trying to run with the pace to be equipped with, to find their fine job or a fine career. So in a competitive exam, I think certainly English as a medium of instruction requires, right? So wherein we find teachers, especially in rural area, teaching them in a vernacular language. So English is another problem there. Teaching in English is one of the problems. Look at the ratio of the students. The ratio of the student teacher is also quite high. That's another challenging thing, wherein as a teacher, one may not be able to find time to pay attention to each of them to make sure that this student learns properly. And to add a few more, adopting a bilingual, and then lack of training of the teachers, that's another problem. Look at the use of translation, grammar translation method. Even now, if you go to some of these rural areas, like as I mentioned, Bihar, parts of Bihar, and Maharashtra, you find this method is being used still. So what happens when a student falls in line with this kind of method? Probably that student may focus more on L1 than L2. That becomes a problem. So these are some of my concerns that I would like to bring to say that it is in that context maybe rather pipe dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. May I now invite Dr. Vijay Kumar to put forward his arguments.
Yes, thank you. Certainly the existing models of ELT that we have been practicing, let's say in India or elsewhere, they have their own advantages, undeniably. But what I'm trying to argue here is that model building is an important practice of research in ELT. And considering the complex situation that we are in, as Dr. Deepa has rightly pointed out, considering the complex situation we are in, it is important that we explain meaningfully the ideas that we are experimenting in the classroom to gain a better understanding of the classroom and make sure that our learners learn better. So ultimately, it is the learners who are supposed to be the winners. In the process, whatever we engage in, it is a very serious process. And somebody was asking me in the chat box that, what kind of indigenous models have you worked on? For your information, I have designed word lists for students of engineering, and this idea actually has come from Michael West's research in general service list. A large part of Michael West's research was in India, and he informed a lot of teachers how to design reading materials, reading method, that's what he called. But subsequently, in the 1990s, people from the West, including people like Paul Nation and many others, have created this frequency word list. And now a lot of journals are publishing English for specific purpose word lists. Now, what I'm trying to argue is that some ideas actually were very much crafted and worked on in India, and then they were borrowed by people and they expanded them into other models. In a way, the context of the creation of a model was primarily within the local conditions of a language classroom. That very much can be indigenous in that nature. So let's not misunderstand the concept of indigenous to referring to only created by or designed by people from that particular community or culture. This is my first point. Two, model building is an important aspect of education, because this is going to inform a lot more other teachers about how to do certain things in a systematic way and extract meaning out of it. So that was the second most important argument I'm trying to propose. And third most important argument I'm saying is that there were serious contributions, at least from the subcontinent, because the context of debate is in India. I'm trying to point at the fact that these contributions in the years have not received as much recognition as they should have been. But now it is time for us to understand the fact that it's not a pipe dream, that many people have actually attempted to create indigenous models. And in fact, they were the first one to talk about certain ideas like DBLT, absolutely, that somebody was pointing out. And later, some people have made it much more usable or whatever. But the very idea that these projects existed, it means that the attempts in creating models that enable the local learners learn English was very much there, and it is going to continue with the efforts of the lot more ELT researchers that we have now from across the country. And as I can see it, that a few years ago, it was only the south part of India probably was very much active in ELT, but I can see now, having been part of an education system somewhere in the north, and I can see a lot of people doing ELT, which means that they are not interested in just adopting and applying randomly ideas from the West, but they are interested in creating their own classrooms which are impactful and publishing that research. And I think that's where we need to pay attention. My concluding argument is that if we wanted to understand the fact that indigenous research is very much in rise, we need to encourage our researchers to publish the research in journals that are as Professor Elango was pointing out the other day, that some of the ELTAI journals have been part of care list. And if that happens, I think more research conducted at the local context is going to get some recognition, and people will keep reading this kind of research. And then they will know what kind of research is happening in India. And it could be at the level of model building, it could be at the level of imitation, but it could be at the level of implementation of the existing system. But still, the kind of research that we have been practicing should always be considered as useful for our own context, and that itself can be called an indigenous model, rather than trying to impose a dictionary definition of what indigenous means on this. We should understand the fact there is a lot more research in India happening. At least in the last ELTAI conference, Professor Rama Matthew with her 10 classroom researchers presented in the ELTAI conference. It was an interesting move towards encouraging the language teachers to become practitioners. And I think that is what my argument is. I am not against the Western models. I'm not trying to argue that it should only be indigenous models, but my take is that there is a lot more that has happened which has not received the attention of the global audience, particularly in ELT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Two quick observations before we proceed. One, while this debate has been going on the screen, there has been an equally heated, scholarly, parallel debate going on in the chat box. I'm so very happy that quite a lot of scholars are actively engaged and participating in that. Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry I could not read those comments that you've been writing there, but that has contributed a lot. The second thing, taking a clue from what Dr. Vijay Kumar said towards the end of his comments, sometimes in an academic debate like this, what happens is what we are arguing may not exactly be what we really have faith in, what we believe in. So this is an academic debate where we are taking a stand for or against, and then we are putting forth our views. So this is only to help us discuss it, help us generate ideas, and also maybe argue on either side, so that maybe we can take a personal stand later after the debate is over, not now. I think the poll can wait, please. Shravan, please stop the poll.
It is launched, sir.
No, please don't launch it now. Please withdraw it now. It's later. Yeah, thank you so much. Right. So I was telling you that all of you can put your heads to it and then take it further and later. Before we have another 15 minutes left, what we'll do is we'll distribute the time like this. 5 minutes, all 4 debaters can switch on their cameras and speak to each other and make further closing points in case you want. It's not compulsory, but 4 of you can speak to each other. After that, we'll have 10 minutes to invite questions from the audience. And finally, we'll have 1 or 2 minutes to have a poll. That's the structure of the rest of the program. I request all the 4 panelists, debaters to switch on their videos. You can speak to each other.
It is not
Shravan,
very fair,
if you can spotlight all 4, it will be great.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Annie ma'am, for the sake of argument, I believe, people can be trained for global market. I mean, why not? Okay, let the world know that we have such rich, immense talent with us, who can beat anybody. I mean, anybody in the world, and they can be the best. So let them know, let them gain the edge for the global market, for the argument's sake, of course. Okay.
Yes, that is fine. For argument's sake, that is fine, Deepa, but I hope I can call you Deepa.
Sure,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay.
Hello, Malayalis.
Yeah, so what I feel is, in my travel abroad, and especially to American universities, they were interested in me as a person because I was an Indian, not because I was speaking their language, not because I was an American, or not because I was a Britisher. They were interested in me as long as I was an Indian. Now, I did a little bit of, personal experiment. I changed the way I spoke, and I spoke like an American, imitated them. They lost all interest in whatever I had to say. So this is what I tell my students also. You are interesting to the global world as long as you can retain who you are. The moment you become someone else, everything is lost. So why do we go through that expensive loss? And why do we go through that terrible, terrible disaster of being someone that we are not? So that's why I feel let us develop our students into serving our country, our identity, our culture. Let us be intelligible to one another first. And many of these exercises that I've done in class, especially storytelling or translation, where English is used as a link language, there has been so much of camaraderie. There's been so much of a give and take. We understand one another better. All right, and so that's my humble suggestion. Submission, especially based on whatever I have done in class.
In case we should stop there, Shravan, will you please spotlight Professor Ramani and Professor Mohanraj and anybody else from ELTAI also, so that all of us can be on the screen. And I request Professor Ramani and Professor Mohanraj to make some comments on this, maybe each for a minute. Professor Mohanraj, will you please switch on your camera? Professor Ramani is already on camera. I think, Shravan, you can spotlight them too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Professor Ramani, would you like to make any comment on this?
Yeah, I think we are already spotlighted. Too much. No, I'd just like to make one or two observations. Number one, at the outset, I believe that there has been a bit of a confusion between teaching indigenous models of English. A lot of argument went in that direction. Do we need to teach indigenous models of English? And then said, why should we focus on accent, pronunciation, so many things? Or developing indigenous models of teaching English. So one focuses on what to teach and the other focuses on how to teach. I think the proposition focuses on the how and not on the what. Whatever variety of English you want to teach in a particular country, in a particular context, you want to import models of how to teach it from abroad, or do you want to devise your own indigenous models? So this is the first kind of clarification I wanted to give. Secondly, Vijay Kumar, I'm thankful to him for mentioning a lot of efforts made within the country over the years. And Mohan Raj also in the chat box referred to projects by name specifically. The problem is these initiatives have not been disseminated sufficiently for people to notice them. So, okay, in meta language, theory, you talk about noticing as one of the strategies for improving one's language awareness and all that. So noticing has not been done. But the afternoon will be in for a surprise. So I'm not going to say anything at this point. The third is, can we go from these initiatives and not simply glorify these ideas, but then go into details about what they have said and why they have said it, and then pick up ideas which will apply more easily, more comfortably to our context in dealing with the process of teaching and learning in the classroom. So the way forward, I want to use the same phrase the third time. Yesterday's panel discussion, today morning, and there was a debate. So the way forward, is it continue to say whenever structural approach was introduced, okay, we'll take it, we'll implement it. And after Chomsky came, he said, no, it's not going to work. Then we switch over to the new another bandwagon. Okay. And then humanistic teaching, somebody from abroad said, then we adopted it. Genre-based syllabus, we adopted it. I mean, how long are we going to continue to look up to the West for ideas on how to teach English in our own context, especially when English has become the link language, as Dr. Annie Kurichan has said, and it has come to stay. I mean, we are very comfortable in using English, all of us. Even the common man, majority of common men. So this is the question that was at the back of our mind when we framed the proposition for this today's debate. Okay.
Professor Ramani, thank you for throwing light on this and also clarifying some of the points. I wish you had spoken at the beginning of the debate. May I invite Professor Mohan Raj to give some quick
in fact, it has been such a thank you, Professor Nagaraj, and for inviting me. It's been such an interesting debate. I think there is very little to add. As Professor Ramani rightly said, I put my views on the chat box. There have been quite a few innovations in India. Unfortunately, what has happened is most of these innovations, they have not been disseminated. For example, Deepa and Annie they come from Kerala. Way back in 1980, the textbook that was produced in Kerala schools and at the high school level, they were probably some of the first books on communicative language teaching. Some of the best books that I have seen after Professor Prabhu's English through reading. Now, what happened to these textbooks? The government changed and the textbooks were withdrawn. Now, if teaching in English is decided more by politicians than academicians, I think the way forward is rather bleak. Whatever indigenous things that we do develop, perhaps go on the back burner because of wrong reasons. Okay, I think as an academicians, we have to build some sort of a pressure group, and if the pressure group is built, I think something can happen. Vijay Kumar referred to 3 innovations, but these are not the only 3. There are so many more. Okay, so there is hope, but this hope, to realize it, I think we have to work hard. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Professor Mohanraj. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Mukti Sanyal has already risen her hand. Shravan, please unmute her. We'll have 1 or 2 more questions after Mukti Sanyal. After that, we'll have the poll. Mukti, please speak.
I'm sorry, I just joined in now. But about this innovation, because I'm as old as hills, and I belong to the generation that kind of were trained by many of the stalwarts in the 70s. So one knows that there have been a lot of innovation, and I think every teacher, the point that you are saying, whether innovation really can be dictated from the outside. Of course, there are attempts of political parties and whatever, to dictate it from the outside. But I think what needs to be emphasized is that teachers choose to sort of negotiate the textbook in a variety of ways. So I think, pressure groups and all of that can be formed, but then, but the more important emphasis needs to be on the teacher, that language learning is an interesting and a complicated and has several facets to it. And so therefore, whatever works for the teacher on the ground in that situation, for such a large country, such a varied country as ours, I think, a dictation of any one method will not really work. And I think that innovations have been happening in a variety of ways in the classrooms. So I think the emphasis also needs to be not on method and methodology and materials, but on what happens on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukti. In case you have any questions, maybe you can post your comments in the chat box, but if you have a question to ask, all the 4 debaters are ready to answer you. We have another 1 or 2 minutes time. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions. If there are no questions, we'll go on with the poll. Shravan, please be ready to post the poll on the screen. You will all see a poll question on the screen. I request everyone who is participating in this program to give your vote either in favor or against vote. There are 3 options. Shravan, are you ready? Please post the poll on the screen.
Yes.
The co-hosts cannot vote, please remember. Others can vote. Right, yeah. The question is, developing indigenous ELT models is a pipe dream. You can say yes, you can say no, or you can also say not sure.
No, Shravan, keep the poll open.
The poll is open, yes.
No, you're displaying the results.
No, it's not. It's the current rating, current poll rate. There is no result. It's an opinion poll.
I don't see the poll on my chat box.
We cannot see. The co-hosts cannot see it.
No, I cannot see. I can only say the finding. I mean,
there is no option for us now because just showing the debate poll.
Where is the
Shravan,
poll?
you may have to relaunch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relaunch the poll.
Yeah. Right. Please do it now.
It is available now, and
It's available now. You can record your vote. There are 3 options there.
Are the debaters also allowed to vote?
I don't think. If they are co-hosts, they cannot do it. If they stop being co-hosts, they can vote.
We know their positions. So
I think that's hypothetical. I am not sure they're convinced. I'm not sure.
Are the others able to, any one of you can please unmute yourself and tell me whether you are able to cast your vote?
We could pass the poll.
we did.
Wonderful.
Yes,
Good.
sir, we did.
That's good. Thank you so much. We will stop the poll in about another 60 seconds. Please continue casting your vote.
there's no provision to change your voting.
You cannot, no. Thank you so much. Shravan, perhaps you can share the results now. Show the results on the screen. Thank you so much. So 56% of you have said that developing an indigenous ELT model is a pipe dream. And 39% of those who voted said, no, it's not a pipe dream, it's a practical reality. And 5% said they are not sure. Thank you so much for participating in the poll and giving your opinion. And thank you, the debaters, thank you, the panelists, and also thank you, ELTAI, for giving me this wonderful opportunity this morning to chair this program. Thank you, every one of you. I think ELTAI had some announcements to make about the lunch break and about the next session. I invite Shravan or whoever is responsible for that to take over. Thank you once again.
Archana, please take over.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, thank you very much, sir. It was indeed an enlightening debate with great proposition and opposition. It was rightly proposed that due to varied socio-cultural and linguistic concerns, teaching English as a mere subject and challenges faced by the teachers in rural area, it's a bit difficult to have indigenous model of ELT. But the counter argument also said that English is no longer a foreign language in India, and by decimating the difference between urban and rural area, designing some innovative methods and micro strategies of teaching the language, using it as a link language, the indigenous model can be developed. Now here we come to the lunch break. The lunch break will be from 1 to 2 p.m. and the next session will begin at 2 p.m. So all are requested to join the session 5 minutes prior, that is 1:55 p.m.
Thank you so much.
Zuma integrates the proven Karadi path methodology with the best of child-friendly technology to create a powerful, immersive learning environment for the child. The Zuma experience is the perfect balance between the real and virtual worlds, helping you make the best use of your child's screen time. 24 hours of the immersive Zuma reading experience can give your child a 2-grade jump in their reading skills. With Zuma, your child learns to zoom through texts, to decode at a fast pace, and zoom in on them for deep comprehension. From being a supporting actor in your child's learning, are you ready to become the director?